Larks were something and two in the RMBL.
I didn't catch it.
Hello and welcome to Larks Park, where the Hayes Larks will be the actual road team here tonight for the first game and also the first game tomorrow. It'll be an early and fast-paced 4 games in 2 days, and I'm Caden Sanders. Alongside me is Nick Helgett, my color commentator for the rest of the season, and even Ace Newberger controlling the stream. But coming into today's game, the Larks coming in a 26-4 on the season, 17-0 at home, 9-4 on the road. Technically, this would be a road game, but I will count it towards the home side just because the Larks are at home. They are on a 13-game winning streak. This could possibly snap with the talented Liberal BeeJays and 20-8 on the year. A couple of their games were not played because they played the Cage Rats when they disbanded, and losing those games, still see what will happen with their record going forward. But they are 10-1 at home, 10-7 on the road, with a 1-game winning streak, with a weekend series that was supposed to be Dodge City and Liberal, split between the two because of the hour distance between. It's kind of like the Hayes and Dodge City trips, where we split 1 game at home, 1 game on the road. But the Liberal BeeJays losing in walk-off fashion in double-digit score, and getting this from my friend and colleague and Brock Kappelman down in Liberal, their radio guy, said that they pitched pretty much the guys that were leaving the program that weren't pitchers, and that's how they lost, is not having good pitching and fielding kind of an issue. But they picked up a big victory over the Athletics in Mercy Rule. As I bring in Nick Helgett. Nick, this is going to be a big game in the Rocky Mountain Baseball League, as these two are the 2 best year in, year out, and they will go to the NBC, especially the Larks being the automatic bid. Probably Liberal, because of how they are standing right now, will probably get the automatic bid to go to the NBC already.
Yeah, this is going to be an NBC World Series matchup here tonight. I mean, 2 great teams going at it, and we're going to see which comes out on top in a great 4-game series in these next 2 days.
It'll be Trent Baker, the center fielder, freshman out of Houston Christian, going up against Colby Dyduck. Not a whole lot of information on these Liberal BeeJays. I'll try and get some stats tomorrow, just because I have Brock Kappelman, my colleague, to the right of us on the other side of the press box. First pitch by Dyduck, and that's right down the middle, taken by Baker. Baker going 0-3 last time out against the Denver Cougars. He reached on an air fly out, hit by a pitch, fly out, and also he had a run scored, but that one a little high on the cutter. Had a little bit of movement, but had a fastball speed. Dyduck, a slider there, and swing and a miss by Trent Baker. First pitch thrown at 5:34 here in Hayes. As that pitch missing by Dyduck, and looks like he's pretty tall and not, scrawny by any means, but I mean, it looks like he's a pretty good build as a pitcher, and this one flied out, not even giving it a chance, is Polk at first.
Trent Baker last series, last game didn't show very much, but for the series overall, he really was the most productive hitter on this team, going 4 for 9.
2-2 missing high and inside, as that one tried to be caught by Schaefer, but just a little bit out of reach. But defensively for the BeeJays, it'll be Garcia in left, Kaiser in center, and Calder in right. Dyduck, the 3-2, swing and a miss on the high and inside fastball, and that is pretty hard to hit.
Yeah, one of the toughest pitches to hit in baseball is a high heater. I mean, it's hard to catch up with it and get your hands ready to swing at it.
So now coming in, it'll be the freshman Houston Christian Husky. Cash Benavidez, a shortstop tonight, and pretty much shortstop whenever he's in the lineup. Cash, last game on Sunday night, 0-2, a walk, a fly out, a ground out, and hit by pitch, but he did score and also had an RBI on that Sunday night. First pitch in there on the off-speed pitch by Dyduck. So now leading in the count, 0-1. That one in there at the knees, and the BeeJays coming in wearing their light blue jerseys with BeeJays across the chest in red with red numbers. Pitch in there and on the outside. This one lined to foul territory and into the BeeJays bullpen. The umpires tonight, Jeff Keith and Tony Vega. Keith behind the home plate and Vega on the bases. They'll probably switch because of the doubleheader tonight. But the Larks wearing their white uniforms that have their blue undershirts as well. So kind of a vest, but Larks across the chest in blue numbers as well as red on the outside to kind of give it some flair. The 1-2 by Diduck. This one off speed and fouled off by Cash Benavidez.
And Cash Benavidez had himself a big series. Since joining the Larks, kind of was off to a slow start, but last series really came through, and now he's batting the 2-hole. Last series he gone 4 for 10, home run, 4 RBIs, 4 runs scored, and 2 walks. I mean, he really was dominating out there.
That one fouled straight back, and the count still staying 1-2. And for this Larks team, as talented as they are, I mean, if you're moving up and down the lineup in either way, I mean, if you're moving up for sure, I mean, you got to have a keen eye in that moment. The 1-2 on the inside, almost hitting Benavidez, but really turning it up here as of late.
Yeah, I mean, it's really big for him as they're trying to find, the holes, shortstop being one of the bigger holes this season. And it's nice to see Cash is working himself a spot in that lineup.
That one high from Colby Diduck. Getting set is the pitcher in Diduck. The 3-2, this one swung on to the shortstop in Webb, coming across the diamond, throw in time to Polk at first. So that'll be the second out for the Larks here in the top of the first. Yes, top of the first. We are visitors here tonight in the first game and tomorrow night's first game. Sorry, I'm trying to find where the roster is for the BeeJays. Getting it from Brock Kappelman, the radio guy and voice of Liberal Redskins and Liberal BeeJays baseball. As that fastball on the outside. Diduck, a junior out of UTA, so University of Texas Arlington. The 1-0, this one popped up, straight back. Coming back is the catcher, and he'll catch it. And Schaefer had no problem to try and catch that one. The Larks are scoreless and hitless through the first inning. We head to the bottom of the first, 0-0 between the Larks and the BeeJays. Tyler Schott on the mound, a liner and a rocket past the assistant coach of the BeeJays at first base. Either Kelby Tomlinson or Lane Field, one of the two. But Tyler Schott coming into this game, 20 and a third innings pitch, giving up 17 hits. He'll put a slider in there, but foul as Isaac Webb, a junior out of Arkansas, pulls out that bat and ready to bunt. Coming in is Tyler LaRue and John Sicoli. We'll see what happens here. The 1-1 slider in there and down in the thigh and knee area.
Yeah, we see shotgun back to slider like he did in the first game of the Denver Cougars series. Ended up going 4 innings, allowed 2 earned runs with 7 strikeouts, no walks.
The 1-2 on the inside and almost hitting Isaac Webb, but finishing up Tyler's stats from the year. 3-1 on the year, 3.98 ERA, 31 strikeouts, 4 walks, giving up 4 earned runs. That one on the outside, called strike 3, looking and make that 32 strikeouts on the year.
See him painting the corners right away early on. A great start for Tyler Schott.
As that's 32, like I said earlier, it's going to be a pitcher's duel. Both pitchers, D1 athletes, and Tyler Schott, Diduck, from what we've seen, is going to be a great battle for first game.
Yeah, I mean, these managers pick these pitchers because they're one of the best guys in their rotation, and they are well aware of the competition they're facing tonight.
That one missing on the inside by Tyler Schott. This one in there and painting the corners like Picasso is Tyler Schott, but Tyler needing to kind of go the distance here, especially with, the 4 games in 2 days. You need the best of the best, and if you're feeling up to it, you got to go and kind of get through it, because after this, not saying it doesn't matter, but you got the Western Nebraska Pioneers coming in, slider in there for a strike, and now the count 2-2. But the Larks coming into next weekend is going to be the Western Pioneers, and then you got the Game Day Angels, you got North Platte. I mean, 2 of those aren't even league opponents. And this one, a liner past Sicoli into right field, and that'll be a single for Owen May, a freshman out of Point Loma. If you don't know Point Loma, it's a D2 in California, and really good program. So now Walker Polk, a freshman from Baylor, and we have seen a lot of RMBL players from Baylor, and it's just interesting to see that Baylor really giving a lot of players out there to try and get better, especially, not finishing where they want to be in the Big 12, but, seeing a lot of D1 guys, especially from the Big 12, kind of Big 12 country around here, especially with KUK State. Seeing those guys is kind of, turns up the competition.
Yeah, this is one of the tougher leagues, I would say, for summer ball, and this is going to be great competition to get them ready for the Big 12 next year.
The 1-1 from Tyler Schott on the inside and right at the knees for Jeff Keith, and the Larks fans happy about that, especially with the early turnout, 5:30 start. I mean, this is a good fan base for an early game with, 90-degree temperatures. This one just a little low. Wanting to go was Polk, but checked it a little early. Trying to get the strikeout is Schott. But now the 2-2 between Walker Polk and Tyler Schott. This one a slider, not enough grip on it. Sliding out there is Peyton Ebbing. Defensively for the Larks, it's going to be Garrett Gruhl, Trent Baker in center field, Damian Ruiz in right, Peyton Ebbing behind the dish. Corner infielders, it's going to be Tyler LaRue and John Sicoli. Cash Benavidez and shortstop. And strike 3 looking. Walker Polk set down once again. Make that 33 on the year.
Tyler Schott, he's a strikeout king, and he's continuing to show it tonight here early on.
Tyler Schott, Cam Walton, Dane Pengelly, especially Jet Lotus. Those guys really paint corners, get guys out, and now The 0-0 two-out slider way out there, and here comes Mateo Garcia, freshman from San Juan Delta Community College, one of two San Juan Delta players, or Joaquin, excuse me. And that one fouled off by Mateo Garcia, the left fielder tonight for the BeeJays in game number 1.
It'll be interesting to see how Frank Leo pitches his pitching staff over these next 4 games.
Yeah, especially with the talent between the two. Check swing, called strike by Jeff Keith. And so now the count 1-2 in favor of Shoddy. I know we already have a nickname for Tyler, but Picasso might be it tonight. This one on the outside. Call it strike. Sorry. That was right there. Every Lark, and even me, thought that was a strikeout looking.
Yeah, he painted the corner very well, but must have just died last second.
The 2-2 slider, swing and a miss. 34 for Tyler's shot. All 3 outs come by Tyler. Strikeout looking, strikeout swinging. After one, the Larks and BeeJays tied at 0. More baseball from Larks Park here next on the Larks YouTube channel. It'll be Colby Duck set to go against 4, 5, and 6. Tyler LaRue, John Sicoli, and Garrett Gruel here in this second inning. In an early league game, a doubleheader that needed to be made up because of weather down in Liberal when we were supposed to go down there. So Liberal and Hayes set to go for 4 games in 2 days. Duck missing the first pitch. This one in there. A high fly ball into center field. Going to his right is the center fielder and Kaiser going back to the center field. And he'll catch this one as the ball from LaRue gets into the mitt of Kaiser. So now coming in is John Sicoli. And Sicoli coming in from last game on a Sunday, 0 of 3, a walk, a strikeout, a ground out, a fly out. But on that walk, he scored a run, an important one at that because the Larks needed it, especially when he got it. The 1-0 from Duck, this one in there for a strike on the fastball. And it just seems like Duck, not a fast pitcher, but also a very controlled and very a skilled pitcher, if you will. This one a chopper foul to Andy Luton, the assistant head coach for the Larks. But
I think you said it best. I mean, he's got some skills out there, and we've only seen 1 inning of work from him.
Well, 1 1/3 if you want to be technical. But Dyduck getting ready for the 1-2. Gets the call from Schaefer. This one up high to Sicoli. Sicoli, like we've talked about, has a great eye. Tonight, when we were in the batting cages, he had some good pop. He had that bat going. See what he does here. The 2-2. This one on the outside called strike 3. And if that's a called strike, what was Tyler Schott's pitch?
Yeah, I'm not quite sure on that, but, you know, it's definitely a strike, a missed call from earlier. So we'll see if the umpire calls it both ways once the Larks come back up.
So now it'll be Garrett Gruhl, a sophomore transfer into Texas A&M, Corpus Christi. And Garrett Gruhl, 1 of 4. If you missed my home run call, I think that was the best one I've had this summer. I will save it for hopefully the next 2 days if we see one. But with the talent, you never know. This one, first pitch up high and missing from Dyduck. But 1 of 4, a home run, 2 flyouts, and a ground out. He scored a run and had 2 RBIs on that home run. The 1-0 from Dyduck fouled off and close to the pool. So hopefully nobody at the pool anymore.
And last series against Cougars, we saw Garrett Gruhl getting back to the swing of things. Saw some great at-bats toward the end of the series. And heading into the night, I mean, they're comfortable enough putting him back in left field.
Dyduck missing the pitch there, and so now the count 2-1. He has the 2 outs in his favor. This one at the knees and called strike. Garrett Gruhl didn't like the call, but you know, nevertheless has to get back in that box. And now the count 2-2 with 2 outs. So 2s everywhere, just no 2 runners on. That one on the outside slider, I believe. As Dyduck gets the ball, changes his hat, kind of what pitchers do when you miss and you know you missed, and really could have had the strikeout. The 3-2 by Dyduck. This one on the inside called strike 3. The Larks getting the kind of bad end of the strike zone so far, getting back-to-back strikeout lookings. The Larks get no runs through 2 innings. The BeeJays coming up next here on the Larks YouTube channel. Liberal BeeJays looking to get on the scoreboard first here at Larks Park, as the Larks and BeeJays sit at 0 so far. It'll be Justin Hudson out of Butler Community College, Ethan Calder, freshman from Baylor, and River Jackson, excuse me. This one a fly ball, right field, Damian Ruiz in right field, coming to the great clip sign on the warning track to catch that fly ball.
And we see Damian getting moved around once again. He was at shortstop last series, and now he's back in the outfield as Cash will take over shortstop tonight.
And I think in that game, especially a non-league game, give more reps to Ruiz. A ground ball to Garcia. He'll throw it over to Sicoli, and he'll be in time. So 2 up, 2 down so far for the Larks. And kind of what you need after that first inning, seeing 4 batters, giving up 1 hit, but 3 strikeouts for Tyler Schott.
Yeah, I mean, 2 pitches, 2 outs. And, you know, with a doubleheader tonight, I'm sure they want to try to get things going right away.
The 0-0 on the outside to River Jackson, a freshman from Joaquin Delta Community College. If I said it wrong, I am sorry. The 0-1 on the outside or low, one of the two. A small strike zone, kind of Jose Altuve-like almost, if you will, for River Jackson. As Peyton Ebbing and Jackson probably about the same height.
I mean, he's a little smaller out there, but he's pretty well built, so
That-
still got to pitch him a little carefully, I'd say.
That is true. Defensive alignment for the Larks kind of pushed just a little bit to the left, but Sicoli playing even on the base paths and missing his Tyler Schott. Maybe a walk here, but the count in favor of Jackson at 3-1 with 2 outs. Tyler coming set, kicks and fires. This one on the inside and low. But painting the lower corners and on the inside, especially to Jackson, has been Tyler Schott.
Yeah, he tacks the edge at the zone and does a great job as he tacks right there.
Strike 3 looking, and Jackson didn't like that one, but the strike zone on that inside half for Jeff Keith has been up and down tonight so far. But Tyler Schott getting his 36th punch out of the season. We head to the top of the third here next on the Larks YouTube channel. It'll be Peyton Ebbing, Luis Garcia, and Bryson Evans, the bottom of the order, setting to go against the BeeJays, excuse me. But Nick, you pointed this out, and it's kind of interesting. What do you got?
Yeah, I mean, we haven't seen this a lot all season. The Larks going down 6 in a row to start the game. I mean, this Larks team usually starts out the gate hot, and tonight, I mean, 6 down right away. That should tell you how good this pitcher is.
And Duck, first pitch missing to Big Papa. The 1-0 by Duck, this one on the inside and called strike. We'll see what the strike zone does for us tonight. We are already we're through 2, almost through 3, and only got 4 more left. And it really seems like time has flied. And knock on concrete, limestone, whatever you want to do, because that's all we got here. I mean, I don't know if this is real wood. I guess knock on that as well. Make sure, but the 1-2 between Colby Dyduck and Peyton Ebbing, the freshman out of Tennessee, that one high.
Peyton Ebbing's last series, he only had one appearance, him and Brady Evans switching off in the catcher's position. Went 0 for 1, but had 3 walks and coming around to score for a run.
That one swung on and pop flied. Who's going to get it? Polk calling off May, and he'll grab it as Peyton Ebbing rounding first. So now bringing in King Louie. Luis Garcia, sophomore from Pima Community College, second base tonight. Last time Sunday, he was not in the lineup, but was in the series against the Cougars. First pitch low, and I thought that Luis Garcia played Sunday, but when I looked at the stats above in my chart, it was not there. And that's a strike for Dyduck, and evens the count 1 apiece between him and Garcia. The 1-1 from Dyduck. This one fouled off and right to the dugout of the BeeJays. Fighting over the foul ball is a couple of Liberal players. But now the count 1-2. Dyduck fires this one on the inside and almost hitting King Louie.
And Luis Garcia not playing Sunday, but he did play the other 2 games Friday and Saturday. 3 for 7, 2 RBIs. Had a productive day, I would say. 3 runs, a walk, and a hit by pitch.
And that one missing on the inside, and now the count 3-2 between Colby Dyduck and also King Louie. We'll see what happens here, either a walk or a hit. That's kind of the tradition motto. This one low, and King Louie will get a walk out of Dyduck. And this is the first runner on for the Larks. Second of the game between the both teams. I mean, you cannot make this up. These 2 teams are evenly matched. I mean, as much as I've seen in my college career so far, I've called Fort Hays the MIAA D2 baseball and the Larks this season so far. And this is as evenly matched as I've seen 2 teams.
Yeah, these 2 teams match up very well. And, you know, not to undermine the competition the Larks face here, but, I mean, we haven't seen a top team that's shown competition for the Larks, really. And right now, start off, this is going to be a great game to watch.
That it has been, as not even through 2 and, well, I guess the top of the third, but King Louie getting a little bit of room over at first. Polk on the bases, and the 0-1 from Dyduck as he takes his time, kicks and fires this one up high and missing to Bryson Evans, who is the Beverage batter here tonight, especially in game number 1. A freshman going to Gateway. He'll be a sophomore. He's a transfer from Murray State Community College out of Oklahoma. A swing, a drive. This is a high fly ball into left field. Coming in is Garcia. He'll make the grab as it's in front of the taco shop sign in left field.
Just got under that one, but gave it a good ride out near the warning track.
So now coming in, it'll be Trent Baker, and finally making the round trip. Thought we would see it in the 4th, especially the work that Dyduck has done so far, but instead we will see Baker here in the inning. The 0-1 runner goes in Garcia. A pop fly. It won't even matter as this one fouled off in foul territory. Polk gonna catch it. And that'll be it, as another fly ball going to be the way we end the inning, as the Larks are still scoreless. Liberal having a chance to score 1 here in the bottom of the 3rd. Stay tuned here on the Larks YouTube channel.
come on. Listen to me. I've tried so many times to tell you this is as good as I can be. Why isn't it enough to be faithful and also be the hit of the party? Let's just break it down to you and me uptown, dancing all around till the disco ball pops. But I have to be me, and everyone can see your anger is misplaced. And I'm gonna tell you, don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me into what I'm not. I have to be me 20.
It'll be Silas Schaefer, freshman from Eastern Kentucky, freshman Texas State, Bobcat in Colden, Kaiser, and even Isaac Webb, as we've made it around the lineup for sure on both squads in the third inning. First pitch in there by Tyler Schott, and the Larks not trying to give up a run here, but at some point in this 7-inning game, somebody's got to score.
Yeah, and Shaw right now dealing. He's got 4 strikeouts, 3 of them looking, and 1 swinging. And it makes you wonder, those 3 strikeouts looking, are they trying to figure out what he has now and then attack him later on in this game?
Strikeout looking. Sorry, I was trying to figure out what it was. I think it was a sweeping curve just a little bit, and it caught off Silas Schaefer, the catcher of the BeeJays, and make that another one looking, and punch out number 36 on the season and 6th of the night for Tyler Schott. And Tyler really working here so far. Make that 5, excuse me. 5, 6 will be next if he can get there, but a strike here to start off against Colden Kaiser, freshman out of Texas State, a center fielder tonight. Sorry, I have no stats tonight on these BeeJays, but don't really get stats often from opposing teams. I will have stats tomorrow night because of Brock Kappelman. A swing, a drive, this one into right field. Coming in is Ruiz and Baker, but Baker will make the catch in the power alley, as that'll be another fly out for the BeeJays in a hitter's ballpark. I mean, you're kind of, if you will, kind of under the hill and the dike. You got trees on the south, so if there's wind blowing in, it's going to be kind of slowed down. The pitch in there to Isaac Webb, a strikeout looking to start the game for Webb and Tyler Schott. See what Schott does here. A slider missing, as he really didn't like that one from his hand. He knew that, he just missed, and that slider sometimes gets away from Schott. The 1-1 from Schott. This one a fastball on the outside, just missing for the Dallas Baptist pitcher.
And that first pitch strike by Tyler Schott, such a good slider. Almost like it was going to be a ball, and it just dropped right in.
That one in there for a strike for Tyler. And so now really in his favor, a 2-2 count with 2 outs. 2's everywhere as Nick is smiling at me because he knows. A swing on the curveball blocked by LaRue. Can't get there in time because of the speed of Isaac Webb, a junior out of Arkansas for the Razorbacks, and shortstop tonight for the BeeJays. He'll get a hit. In my books, I don't know what Frank and Tyler Doty will call it. I believe because of the dive and blocking it, I mean, that was going to be a hit if Tyler LaRue couldn't get there.
A great attempt at that ball. I mean, that's a tough play to make, so yeah, that's going to be a hit.
Runner goes in Webb. A throw down, not in time to catch Webb, and a good jump. And Peyton Ebbing really trying there to throw out Webb.
We see Luis Garcia almost doing a Javier Baez move right there. I mean, up in midair and tries to swipe down and tag him real quick, but just couldn't reach him.
I mean, that's why you call him King Louie. he locks down the defense on stealing, especially his talents on the base pass. He knows when the runner is going. He knows where to go. I mean, defensively in those positions, he is really, really good. But a pitch in there for a shot, and now the count 0-2 between him and Owen May. This one swung and fouled off as May sticks out and tries and pokes it. Well, that one fouled off and in the parking lot here at Larks Park. The wind blowing from left field to right field. This one, curveball just a little bit high, but I don't know where that misses because where I'm sitting, I mean, I'm right where the umpire is viewing, like straight behind him. So the 1-2 between Tyler Schott and Owen May. Runner goes. This one poked into right field, and going to come in was Ruiz, but staying where he is. So I guess the can of corn out to Damien, but a fly out will end it for the Liberal BeeJays, as the Larks and BeeJays tied at 0 after 3. Cash Benavides, Damian Ruiz, and Tyler LaRue, all Houston Christian Huskies, set to go against Colby Dyduck out of UT Arlington. And I'm not for sure, but they probably, in the spring season, play each other. You got to believe because, you know, UT Arlington, Houston Christian, mid-majors, but D1, I mean, there's a possibility there. I didn't check that because, I mean, I didn't have the time to. But that'll be a hit for Cash Benavides on that one. As I would believe our PA announcer, not Ken Winholtz tonight. It's Seth Kincaid, a assistant SID for Fort Hays State. One of my favorite bosses I've ever had, especially during the regular season for Fort Hays. You know, from August until May, me and him go throughout multiple sports. Dyduck, the first pitch, wanting to bunt is Ruiz, and he'll pull back, but it's called a strike. Not liking that one is Ruiz, but Jackson, the third baseman, playing a little bit in, and Polk over at first, holding the runner in Cash Benavides. The 0-1 from Dyduck. This one a bunt attempt down the third base line. Coming in is the third baseman, and Jackson not in time and no throw. And that'll be a single for Damian Ruiz, and back-to-back singles for the Larks. And this, for the Larks, is prime real estate, if you will, having two guys on, especially in the second base position because Luis Garcia was at first stole, but it was a pop fly. And now you have a runner in scoring position. You have one of the best hitters for the Larks coming in Tyler LaRue.
And great situational hitting right there, having Damian bunt him over. They know he has great speed. They know it's going to be hard to score runs tonight, so moving that runner to second base makes a huge difference.
A swing, a drive. Put your seatbelts on. We're flying to San Francisco.
Did not miss any of that.
That is a 3-run shot for Tyler LaRue, and that is his 12th home run of the season. Forget San Francisco. That was going to the moon.
Yeah, that was a moonshot if I've seen one here at Larks Park this season.
Yeah, that was not missed, like you said. So a 2-run RBI, and ride the pony Tyler LaRue, as now the Larks open it wide open 3-0 here in the top of the 4th. And that's what the doctor ordered for the Larks here.
Those runs right now are very crucial towards the ending of this game, and it's interesting to see how this all turns out.
First pitch on the inside from Diduck. Excuse me, sorry. Unexpected cough. But Diduck missing on the first pitch. The 0-1, this one on the outside. And so from East Coast to West Coast, missing. But Garrett Gruhl, John Sicoli, and even Peyton Ebbing now the focus. The focus was Cash Benavidez, Damian Ruiz, and Tyler LaRue. And they all took care of business, and now we push the agenda back, and that one called strike as it's 3-1 between John Sicoli and Colby Diduck.
And it seems Diduck might be a little rattled after allowing that 3-run home run.
3-1, this one popped up, this one in foul territory. Going after it is Schaefer, but it's going to be in the Larks' nest, and that's going to hit the ice, and John Sicoli getting the mean eyes from Joe Lynn down there in the Larks' nest. If you ever met Joe Lynn, a great sport about it, but got scared because she didn't know where the ball was because she's attending to people. And that one, a deep drive, right field. And that one is gone. We go to San Francisco once again. Back-to-back home runs.
John Sicoli hitting his 5th home run on the year.
Congrats for Sicoli. Ice in his veins as he rounds third. Giving high fives to head coach Frank Leo. Ride the pony. Congrats, Sicoli. 4-0 lead for the Larks, and they really busted it open here.
Yeah, and the best part is Sicoli doing what he does best on 3-2 counts, working the count for either forcing a walk or creating a big moment like that.
And I knew in the batting cages earlier he was going to have a good night. And even though he struck out looking, I knew he was going to bounce back. And that one gone over the Larks Park scoreboard. And going back to the home run call I had for Tyler LaRue, our actual PA announcer, Ken Winholtz, texted me. Thank you, Ken. It's Tyler's 13th home run. Do not have the stats right in front of me, but I appreciate you keeping me with it. And
brought in his 45th RBI as well.
The 1-1, this one low, but called strike for Garrett Gruhl. Last time out, a strikeout looking, and, well, if anything stays the same between Sicoli and Gruhl, we'll see some sparks fly, and this one bounced into the turf, blocked by Schaefer. Doesn't really matter where the ball went because no runners on, but, I mean, the BeeJays now really having to do some work. But like you said in the break, they've really started to find out Tyler's shot slider.
Yeah, so it's really big that they get some runs on the board right now because after looking at some of the stats, I mean, they're waiting on Tyler Shots, and that ball's fouled off to the left. They're waiting on Tyler Shots slider very well, taking it opposite field and letting it come over the heart of the plate. And it's interesting because, I mean, that's something a lot of people don't realize is with those off-speed pitches, you got to just wait for the ball to drop and then slap it to right field.
The 2-2 from Colby Dyduck, this one high, and so Colby now in some sticky situation and someone warming up, I believe, for the BeeJays as Colby Dyduck might get the last of this inning and then come out of this one, but a walk assessed by Dyduck as the Larks have another runner on the bases with no outs, and Peyton Ebbing, Luis Garcia probably all due up. And here comes the head coach of the Liberal BeeJays, Jared Maeda, the head coach of Oklahoma Panhandle as well. Talked to him. He said it's only a 45-minute drive from the Panhandle. I don't remember what town it is, but the Panhandle to Liberal. So he stays in Liberal in the summertime. He said it's a great opportunity. He actually is from California, so I appreciate the time that he actually had with me in talking about all this to get the information about him, his team, where they're at. He said that, we're ready for the NBC. We kind of lost a couple of guys at this point, but we're going to pick up 6 pitchers for the NBC as we get set for that, as both teams trying to reload and take down one of the nation's best college programs, not from the Cape Cod, in the Santa Barbara Foresters. This one missing in a wild pitch. Schaefer tried, and, a bunt attempt from Peyton Ebbing that wasn't needed, in a wild pitch, and going to second is Garrett Gruhl, but shaking hands is Garrett Gruhl and Webb, both going to be D1 players. Kind of a respect type of deal from these two. You know that every guy has a purpose and really good.
Yeah, I mean, two kids from top-tier schools going at it. I mean, this is awesome for Larks fans to watch. But it's a great battle for them, to try to learn something off one another.
The 2-0, this one bunted down the first base line. Slipping is Ebbing, but Dyduck going to throw it at first, and a wild throw on that one. Schaefer was going to try and get the ground ball, but realized that Garrett Gruhl was 90 feet away when he moved up. So Garrett now at third on the ground out by Peyton Ebbing. That'll be the first out. We have made it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 batters before we see our first out of the game. For the inning, excuse me.
Yeah, they're doing a great job hitting off him right now, creating trouble. And we saw there, Peyton Ebbing doing a great job putting the bunt down. The surface must be a little slippery, as we saw not only Ebbing slip, but we saw the catcher for the Liberal BeeJays slip as well.
Pitch up high from Dyduck, and the infield in because they know that Luis Garcia is going to try and bunt in Garrett Gruhl. The 1-0 by Dyduck. He kicks and fires. This one on the outside, not called. Great leave from Garcia. So King Louie having a chance for an RBI. He came in a clutch situation, got the first run on, and it started everything as that one on the inside at the letter high for King Louie. If there's one name that I came up on the fly that I love is King Louie. The 3-0, this one down the middle, taken by Louie.
Well, it's a great nickname because, there's a lot of Luis Garcias out there. So, it's cool to give him something that makes him unique. King Louie makes him stand out.
The 3-1, this one on the inside, wild pitch. Garrett Gruhl, delayed steal, doesn't matter on the throw. It's going to be a run in on the wild pitch from Colby Dyduck. And Garcia getting the walk in back-to-back innings. And we only have 2 more batters before we bat around. And knowing that we only have 7 innings, it doesn't matter because I have 11 boxes for a regular game. But I don't mind batting around a couple times a night.
I don't mind either as long as the Larks get a win. That's how I look at it.
Perfectly said. Larks leading 5-0, another wild pitch. And at this point, the Liberal BeeJays need to hurry up in the bullpen if they want to try and stay within range.
Yeah, it seems he just got rattled after allowing those home runs, not throwing the ball he wants to. He's outside, he's high, he's all over the place right now. He just needs to settle down.
The 1-0 by Dyduck, and that's going to be hit by a pitch to the Beverage batter. So we are 0-2 tonight. Now here's the question that I have in general. I know it's not professional, but
Where's this going?
where is this going? Well, next year I'll be 21. Want to see how it would go, but going out as Schaefer, I'm gonna put a pause on that, as I know you're laughing, because I know you don't have a mic right in front of you because it's just a stand mic. But going out as Schaefer to talk to Colby Dyduck, and now coming out is Jeff Keith, and not really able to see who the pitcher of the BeeJays are warming up just yet, but we'll probably see him pretty soon if Colby Dyduck cannot get out of the inning here within, I would say, 2-3 batters in my non-professional opinion.
We're going third time through the order as well. I mean, we're gonna find out right now if they've found out anything else about him.
Pitch up high to Trent Baker, who comes in with 2 runners on and 1 in scoring position. Can hear my colleague to the right of me. Apparently Trent Baker, because I don't have these stats from the league, but Trent Baker, second best hitter in the RMBL. How about that?
No shocker there. This kid's been doing something remarkable, something we're going to remember.
Pitch up high, a curveball that did not break, and so now 2-1, and Dyduck really not happy. He's kind of just frustrated with himself as he slaps his glove as he gets the ball back, really wishing that he was throwing a lot better, as I see Tyler Schott coming out of the bullpen, kind of getting warmed back up. Check to second as May covered second, trying to test Luis Garcia. Watching second base was Dyduck, but no throw, and calling time was Trent Baker. The 2-1 by Dyduck. This one swung on into left field in the power alley. Will it go? No, it'll be a tag up for Luis Garcia anyway, and a throw to third, and no one paying attention at third. Tony Vega was not even looking. So now coming out is Jared Maeda, and I don't blame the coach for the Liberal BeeJays. This could be the inning ender because the home plate umpire wasn't checking third. He was checking second in Tony Vega. Vega switched from third to second when the tag was applied. So now we got to situate this all out. And we really haven't seen the umpires and, coaching staff being upset with the umpires yet. Here in the past couple of games, it's been a while since, Dodge City came here. But, with these two teams, the 2 best in the RMBL coming at it, this is a big one, especially inning ender, one of the big innings that you give up against the Larks, you have the runner out at third if it's ending the inning. But if not, you have a runner at third with only one out, or no, 2 outs. But, I mean, still, you have runners in the corners in Bryson Evans, who has a great sense of speed. And then Luis Garcia, 90 feet away. If you miss a throw to second, Luis is scoring. Bryson's going to go to third, and there's still 2 outs left.
Yeah, and it's the little mistakes that will come back to haunt you the game, and it comes from the umpiring stance as well. I mean, this blown call could affect this game for the Little BeeJays.
And I know that all 4 games here are league matches, and they're all going to be counted towards the RMBL. These 2 teams are pretty much locked in for the NBC, but they want to try and get, as good of a record as you can going into it, because that'll help you with pool play, who you play, and everything like that. But it'll be Coach Jared Maeda and Tony Vega along with Jeff Keith talking in pairs is, I think, the right fielder and the second baseman Calder and May.
Now, I'm no John Boy, but judging by the hand movement, looks like they're saying my bad, or they know they messed up this call.
So now here comes the home plate umpire to come talk to the head coach of the Larks in his 41st season, Frank Leo. And when you've done it enough, you don't really, are unfazed of what's coming your way. And, well, Frank Leo kind of not chewing out Jeff Keith, but somebody messed up, and kind of both of them. This is something that you got to talk about, and I believe that the Liberal BeeJays get the out at third, and Frank Leo not happy about that one. And frankly, I agree, but also someone had to watch it, and I believe that I didn't see it. Did Frank get called out?
I don't believe so, no.
So that'll be it for the Larks. We're going to take a short break because of, people coming in, coming out. So we'll take a break here on the Larks YouTube channel. It'll be Tyler's shot, but sorry. You missed a lot, and I wished we could have panned out to the cameras because Keith Harper going to talk to Jeff Keith and Tony Vega, and so then Frank Leo, I mean, he ran, to say the least. You never see that from Frank, and when you do, you better hold your ears because you don't know what's going to come out. And, let's say that Frank got tossed to keep it short.
And he had the absolute right to. It was a messy play. And, mistakes happen, but in this situation, in this big of a game, in that moment, these two umpires need to be on their A game.
Yeah, I mean, we knew that Luis was out. This one, a ground ball to Tyler LaRue across the diamond in time as he goes towards the third base line. And Tyler LaRue, the strength, the arm, I mean, everything about him is just ball player through and through.
Yeah, I mean, he can do it. He can do it on the field fielding. He can do it in the batter's box hitting. What can't he do? He can also catch as well. I mean, he can do anything that Coach Frank Leo and Keith Harper ask him to do.
First pitch in there, slider on the outside, and just like you said earlier, these BeeJays have figured out Tyler's shot on that slider. Pull it to right field and kind of hold out because most of them in the right-handed batter's box. But I don't know who you said was the player, but we'll have to see what batter's box he takes because he's the only one that tried to hit it out to the left side of the field.
Yeah, and that would have been Ethan Calder. I mean, he grounded out to the – or no, sorry. That would have been – no one took him to left field.
That'll be a punch out. 37 on the year for Tyler Schott. Make that number 6 of the night. This one looking, and that'll be the second out of the inning, and the Larks needing that, especially, Tyler Schott, you get the 5 runs. Now it's time to go lock in and lock down the BeeJays.
Yeah, and it's time to just throw the ball to the plate. You don't have to force a strikeout. Just get them to hit the ball and play, make the routine play, and get out.
That one, a slider on the inside to Justin Hudson, sophomore out of Butler Community College. Slider missing on the outside, and it'll even the count 1-1 with 2 outs between Tyler Schott and Justin Hudson. But tonight, I know that we're here a little early, and I never really notice this when I'm doing my pregame prep, getting everything set up. But this ballpark, about 5 o'clock until now, pretty much beautiful. You get straight sun, everything, the 1-2. This one, a ground ball to Tyler LaRue, and a bad judgment as that's going to be a reach on an air for Justin Hudson.
And he tried to play that ball to his left and just seeped under his gloves a bit. Not used to seeing that from Tyler.
No, you don't. And now coming in, the freshman from Baylor, Ethan Calder, and the right fielder. So you were right, Ethan Calder. All of them holding back on that slider and poking it to the opposite field. This time into right field, going back to the Great Clips line. It'll be Damian Ruiz. And another fly out for Tyler Schott. After 4 complete, the Larks leading 5-0. A new pitcher for the Liberal BeeJays. It'll be Ryder Slatton, a freshman out of San Joaquin Delta Community College. And you have the final stats out for Diduck. And what are those stats, Nick?
Yeah, Colby Diduck going 4 innings pitched, 2 strikeouts, 3 walks, 1 hit by pitch, and 5 earned runs. He was doing well up to that 4th inning.
So Slatton missing on the first 2 pitches that he throws. And another tall, lengthy pitcher from the BeeJays. This one missing on the outside, and guess the count 2-0. I thought the scoreboard was just a little bit behind, but
Question me.
that one in there for a strike. So the count 2-1. But I'll have you tell me the stats again. You kind of went a little fast for me. 4 innings pitched. How many? I guess I could do this myself. This one, a fly ball to right field in front of the Meckenstock group sign, and catching it is Calder. So that'll be the first out for the Larks, and Cash Benavidez was at the plate. But a first out for the Larks is Benavidez now coming in. It'll be Damian Ruiz. Slatton missing low to Schaefer, and he'll face Damian Ruiz, who is 1 of 2 tonight. A single, a fly out to the catcher. This one on the outside part of the plate, and it's called strike. Evens the count at 1 apiece with 1 out. Slatton taking his time. The 1-1 grounded to the third baseman. Backhanded by Jackson. Throw over. Nope. That is just a fake throw, but a single will be for Damian Ruiz. And now Tyler LaRue, who last time out a home run and a trip to San Francisco. And a free one provided by LaRue. We'll see what happens here.
In the last 4 games, Tyler Rue having 3 home runs. He has been red hot, just continuing to power that ball over the wall.
Runner goes, hit by pitch is LaRue. So Damian's steal doesn't matter because of the hit by pitch. So now coming in is John Sicoli, 1 of 2. A home run and a strikeout looking.
And going back to his back-to-back home runs, how electric that was. I mean, the feeling in the ballpark was amazing. Fans on their feet. Really, really helps a team when you can get everyone in that mode of, okay, it's time to go. Let's go.
Pitch on the outside and missing to Sicoli. The pitch delivered. This one fouled off. Sorry, I'm doing my stats. Just to let you fans at home know, here on the Larks YouTube channel, we will do this for the next 2 nights, but also when the Game Day Angels come in for the doubleheader, we will have coverage throughout the 30 minutes. Breaks in between, kind of a big break, but we will have something for you. Shallow center field, and it'll drop. Kaiser diving, and Damian Ruiz coming around, and the throw not in time. Runner going to try and go third, but instead he'll pull up in Tyler LaRue. But Damian Ruiz scoring once again for the Hayes Larks.
And just kind of threw that one in right field. Diving center fielder could not make the play, and Damian Ruiz getting under the slide, or under the tag.
So now the Hayes Larks have really busted it open, and it shows how much a day of rest will do for a team. I know the Dodge City and Liberal series last night and Sunday night. They got a day off on Saturday, but I mean, you got 4 games in 2 days, and then you go back down to Dodge. You get 3 days off. I know, the timing of this for the BeeJays is not right, but I mean, when Hayes and Liberal meet up, especially the RMBL and college baseball, I mean, these two teams are, neck and neck, and kind of, I know last year the rain out, we lost that one. We gave Liberal the, automatic bid, the first in championship last year, but I mean, the Larks trying to get this one this year.
Yeah, and I mean, with a busy schedule, I mean, like you said, I mean, and Gary Grove fouls the one off. I mean, with a busy schedule, it's nice that the Larks have all these home games. I mean, the month of July is home games, home games, home games, and they only had to travel, I believe, once to Dodge City. I mean, at least they can be comfortable. They know where they're going for the next month, and just go out there and do the best baseball, play the best baseball they can.
The 2-1, Tyler LaRue goes, and that one a liner foul on the left side. And I don't know about that one, if that would have been a safe steal for Tyler or if that would have been caught stealing, but nevertheless, a good effort by Tyler. And so now the count between Garrett Gruel and Ryder Slatton is 2-2. Coming set is Slatton. Sets and fires. This one low and on the outside part of the plate. So now the count 3-2. No one warming up in the pen for the BeeJays. And I wouldn't, say they wouldn't, but when you got a game, 6 runs, it's doable, but this one, a fly ball in center field. Tagging up is LaRue. He will want to go, but cut off his Webb, and Tyler going back to second.
Yeah, smart there, not tag up as center fielder around that ball really well, and I mean that's a hard throw to, or hard to outrun a throw like that.
So now it'll be. Oh, there we go. Got to catch up. So 2 outs for the Larks. Both of them fly outs to center and right. And now coming in, it'll be Peyton Ebbing. He is 0 of 2, a fly out and a ground out. This one a pitch low and blocked by Schaefer. Talk about the talent. I remember last year, Hudson Polk. He was a catcher for Oklahoma, transferred to Arkansas, saw some time for the Razorbacks, and, the Razorbacks are one of the best D1 programs out there. So, these guys and programs, they build each other, they build themselves up, they build each other up, the competition. The 2-0 from Slatton, and this one fouled off as we have a new honorary first base coach. And see, I think it looks like Jet Lotus.
It is Jet Lotus.
Slatton coming set. Tyler getting a big lead. He'll go back to second, the 2-1. This one low to Peyton.
And, with the pitch struggling here early on, Liberal BeeJays probably want to limiting their pitchers to 2 or 3 each of these games. That way they don't burn through that bullpen.
3-1. This one swung in a high fly ball right field. It'll be Calder under it, and that'll be it as the Larks score 1, and they lead 6-0 over the BeeJays. Okay, cool. Sorry for the fans that have lost us for audio. But Luis Garcia getting plunked. And a bunt, and this one foul from apparently anyone that is watching or listening. My grandparents are telling me that there is a stream, just no audio, which is weird. Apparently. I don't know if that's their TV or not, so we'll take it with a grain of salt. The 0-1 from Slatton. Swing and a miss for Bryson Evans, who is the beverage batter, and now down 0-2. He is 0-2 in the fans' eyes, and how do you get a hit, going forward?
Well, right now, I mean, no outs, 0-2 count. He's got protector. He's going to choke up a bit, slap it to right field, and try to move that runner over and do a job. As that ball is taken on the outside.
Thanks, Nick, for filling in for me. Maybe you should try the play-by-play side of things just for maybe an inning or two. I know we tried it down in Dodge City. All right, there we go. But, try it out one more time. A hit right for Bryson Evans, and now the fans that are in the stands loving that one. If you're just coming in, you might as well grab a cold one, as the Larks Nest have been keeping them cold for an hour and a half now. Hour and a half now.
And Bryson Evans getting hit number 22 on the season. He's starting to heat up towards the end of the year, and that's exactly what you want to see.
Pitch on the outside from Slatton, and now I would be worried for the BeeJays. I know that the wheels have kind of fell off here in the game, but if the pitching staff really can't find it here in game one, they need to, if I'm a BeeJays fan, have to find it here in game number 2.
Yeah, and I think for game one right now, I think the manager, the reason why he's chirping from the dugout is to get his team fired up. I mean, managers, for most of the time, get ejected to fire their team up and get them to get back in the ball games and try to get wins.
Yeah, and almost getting tossed was Jared Maeda out of the BeeJays, and also Oklahoma Panhandle State. And the 1-1 from Slatton as he looks at second. And Luis Garcia pitch delivered, and that one missing. And so the count 2-1 between Slatton and Garcia. Excuse me, Baker. The infield kind of to the left, but I know that May is going to second. Throw not in time, as the throw from Slatton off to the right. And the tag could not be applied quick enough to catch Luis Garcia. The 2-1, runners go. This one fouled off. And if the call was on, I would have just left it, not trying to hit it. Just let the ball go and see what happens. I think both of them would have been fine, especially with the speed of Luis Garcia and Bryson Evans. But now the count 2-2. No outs for Trent Baker. And stepping off the rubber is going to be Slatton, and getting back on.
And it looks like the hit and run was on in that play, which is why he swung at that pitch.
The 2-2 from Slatton as he checks Luis Garcia. A good lead by King Louie, and pause from the umpire. So I guess no pitch and not counting there.
Trent Baker tonight taking it opposite field in his last 2 at-bats.
A swing and a drive into left center field. It's going to be the center fielder in Kaiser. Is this far enough? Yes, it is for Luis Garcia to tag up, but staying at first is Bryson Evans.
And we see a similar situation from a few innings ago back in the fourth where we had that whole altercation. King Louie tagging up from second, and the fly ball hits the center fielder.
Yeah, so a fly out by Trent Baker to the center fielder will be the first out for the Larks, and it'll be Cash Benavidez set to go against Slatton, who is one of three tonight. A swing, a drive up the middle. That's going to be an RBI single. Running around second is going to be Bryson Evans, but he'll go back to second base. So an RBI single for Benavidez. And Benavidez, like we talked about in the beginning of the game, he has really turned it on here as of late.
Yeah, we saw last series going 4 for 10 and a home run, 4 RBIs, and tonight keeping it going, bringing home another one.
So now coming in, it'll be Damian Ruiz, a freshman from Houston Christian, and he is the only player tonight to have 2 hits. So he's 2 of 3. He scored in both attempts. A swing that is a breaking ball. Tried to pull it to left field, but just a little bit early. And so the count 0-1 between Slatton and Ruiz. There's 1 gone and 2 runners on with 1 in scoring position in Bryson Evans. See what happens here. Slatton checking Bryson. This swing and a miss. Throw. No throw on the back pick to first from Schaefer. So going to need some pine tar is Damien. And one thing about Damien that I can talk about right now is that me, Damien, and Trent Baker all have the same barber here in town. They really like him, and guess what? They like the haircuts that they both got, as they got a kind of a drop fade and kind of a high fade at that. And they're both rocking the same hairstyle. And I noticed that while we were in batting practice tonight, that they both got it here as of late. The 0-2 from Slatton. Swing and a miss on the slider. That is low and on the outside. A lot of swoop to it, if you will, or sweep. One of the two.
Yeah, great 0-2 pitch there. I mean, it's outside the zone. You got nothing to lose if he doesn't swing at it. And if he does swing at it, you get him out.
So now it'll be Tyler LaRue, who is 1 of 2 tonight. He got hit by a pitch last time out, a home run, a 2 RBI, and also a fly out in his name tonight. First pitch from Slatton on the outside, bounced in there, a block by Schaefer. What I've really noticed, I know for the Larks side of things, but Schaefer, those 3 guys, Peyton Ebbing, Bryson Evans, and even Schaefer for the BeeJays, are all great blocking catchers. There's only been 1 block that I have not seen from Schaefer that was good, and that was a no runner on situation. Runner goes from a second. Bryson Evans rounding the throw home. Not in time. He's going to be safe, and another run scores. The Larks are really pouring it on now as they lead 8-0 here in the top of the 6th. And there's going to be no run rule just because of 7 innings. But the Larks are really fighting their offense here as of late. And I know the Larks in the Cougar series, they found it early and often, but, I mean, being versatile in the way of scoring early and often, going middle to even at the end of the game, is going to help the Larks. Here come the NBC.
Yeah, I mean, when they get runs, they get runs within 3 innings. They just go at it nonstop.
Yeah, the Larks have scored 5 in the 4th, and then 1 in the 5th, and have scored 2 in the 6th, have 2 outs, 2 on, 1 in scoring position. We'll see what happens here. The middle infield kind of shaded to the right and back. Pitch on the outside and missing a 2. Tyler LaRue, well, no. Tyler got a single, but it's John Sicoli, sorry. for some reason, when I get excited, I forget to write things on my spot chart. The 1-1 from Slatton to Sicoli. It's high and outside. Sicoli, a home run and a single. So going back to the Damian Ruiz comment, forgot Sicoli. Sicoli and Ruiz, the only two that have 2 hits, except for LaRue now and Benavidez. After their at-bats in this inning, the 2-1 from Slatton swung on into left field. Going back is the left fielder in Garcia, but he'll catch it in front of Leon's Welding and Fabrication sign. The Larks pour on 2 more here in the 6th inning. The Larks leading 8-0 here to the bottom of the 6th we go here at Larks Park. Tyler Schott has 5 complete innings and possibly could make it 6 here. He gets back on the mound and telling Keith Harper, this is my show. Probably not what Tyler said, but kind of my version of it. And I don't blame him. Tyler, you know, shutting out the BeeJays so far, giving up as minimal hits as he has been. I mean, it's his game. If I was a head coach or pitching coach.
Yeah, I mean, he's dealing right now. He's got 6 punch-outs on the day. There's no reason not to take him out right now. I mean,
ground ball attempt, and that'll be a hit for the top of the order in Isaac Webb. Another dive that Tyler just could not get to. But, well, I'm hearing Brock Kappelman on the other side of the broadcast booth here. That's the 4th hit that Tyler Schott's given up.
wow.
I mean,
That's
you.
against a lineup like this, a team like this, that is very impressive.
Yeah, I was going to say, you just cannot make that up. That's not saying it's video game numbers, but that's when I'm playing the Rockies on rookie mode in MLB The Show. I mean, Tyler just having a game tonight, swung on and fouled off, and the count.
You said the Rockies?
Why the Rockies? Because their pitching staff isn't great.
I mean, that's true. That's true.
Their ERA is like 5-something on the game.
I mean, you're playing Coors Field.
And and you're playing on Coors Field. So a lot of pop flies. The 1-1 runner goes. A throw by Peyton Ebbing to the left, so no tag applied to try and get Isaac Webb. That's his 2nd steal of the game. And if it was Isaac Webb and kind of the faster guys on the Liberal BeeJays, if they could get on, they would be able to climb back in. So we'll have to watch that here in the 2nd game and even tomorrow night. Schott looking at second to check on Webb. Kicks and fires the 2-1, swung on into center field. and that'll be a hit running around third, but not tagging, or going to home, excuse me. Don't know why I said tagging, but so Isaac Webb going to be at third. Owen May, a single and left on first. So runners at the corners, no outs for the Larks. And here comes the middle of the order. So we went into this inning only giving up 3 hits, and now 2 and 2 at bats. And going out there will be Jet Lotus. Go warm up. And Brady Evans already waiting on him. First pitch in there, blocked by Peyton. And a good block there, because if that was let go, a run would score and possibly have a run, or, well, a runner in Owen May all the way at third, because that was a light, block from Peyton if it would have gotten through, and it would probably roll back to the wall. The 1-0, this one swung on into right field. Damian Ruiz coming in. Will we get a tag? Yes, we will. Runner coming home, a good throw, but a bad bounce off of the turf, and that'll be a score for the Liberal BeeJays. And for Tyler Schott, that is kind of not what you wanted. I mean, you had the game in your hand. You had the shutout going so far, only 3 hits, and now you give up a run and a couple more. But a flyout and a sacrifice RBI for Walker Polk.
Well, I mean, so what? He's got a 7-run lead to play with right now. Just get the guy, throw some strikes, and see what the guys can do.
And I didn't see what happened trying to fill out my boxes here for Polk. But
wow.
Owen May gets the steal, going to third. Shot is there! Yes! The runner is out! Tyler Schott! Wow!
Owen May trying to be sneaky on that swipe third while the third baseman was not paying attention. And great job by Tyler Schott running over there and making the diving tag.
I mean, you don't want to see that from a pitcher, but Tyler Schott this week, I mean, scoring 2 runs in Dodge City, and, I mean, really, getting after it, being an athlete, really putting that body on the line, really. I mean, on that play, I mean, there was maybe some risk of injury, but now coming in is the head coach, Jared Maeda. I don't know what's going on, but Tony Vega pointing somebody out. So I don't know if they threw someone out, but Keith Harper really pumping up Tyler Schott on that, because what a play from Tyler Schott to help the Larks out and keep this in a commanding lead.
Yeah, it's a big out. Now you got 2 outs, nobody on. It's a really big out for Tyler Schott.
Tyler back to the windup. The 1-0 slider fouled off, and that one to the streets of fourth. So now 1-1 count between Tyler Schott and Mateo Garcia. This one a high fly ball into right field. Going after it is Damian Ruiz in front of the 8th Street Liquor sign, and it'll be a fly out to end it once again for Tyler Schott. 6 innings officially. Hopefully get to see Tyler Schott finish this one out. The Larks leading 8-1 here at Larks Park. it'll be Garrett Gruhl, Peyton Ebbing, and Luis Garcia set to go to end this one, as this is the last offensive side for the Larks. A ground ball, a great dive by Webb, the shortstop, a throw, wild. Garrett Gruhl not going to chance it. So a hit for Garrett Gruhl. So here comes Big Papa. And try and fix my levels. There we go. Big Papa coming in. He is 0 of 3, 2 flyouts and a ground out. Third baseman coming in, thinks a bunt will come. This one a slider in there for a strike from Slatton. Both freshmen, so an even playing field between Peyton Ebbing and Slatton, the pitcher for the BeeJays. The 0-1 from Slatton, a kick and fire. This one a low to Schaefer. Once again, for everyone watching on the Larks YouTube page, we will have an extended post game between game number 1 and game number 2. A swing and a drive. This one fouled off. Giving it a ride is Polk, and that's going to be in the foul territory and out of play. But we will have an extended post game. We'll talk about, the stats from game number 1, get ready for game number 2, give you a lineup and everything like that, and then we'll get back into it. So join Nick Helgett and I as we get set for post game here, roughly maybe 15 minutes, depending on what happens. A swing and a miss for Big Papa, but I think they're going to just call it a foul ball. Pitch low from Slatton to Peyton Ebbing, and 2-2 count. Perfect. 2-2 count from Slatton and Peyton Ebbing. What's going to happen here? Swing and a miss for Peyton. He's going to run after he realizes, and that will be a strikeout single for Peyton as he gets on. So I guess there's an out. So Peyton is out because bases were occupied. And so forget the single I had put down. Garrett Gruhl at second, and now coming in, it'll be Luis Garcia. Hit by pitch and 2 walks. See what happens here, but I have a pretty good idea of what's going to happen.
Yeah, by Luis Garcia's track record, he's gone on base every time today, seeing 4 pitch walk in his first 2 at-bats, and then a hit by pitch in his last.
Slatton gets a first pitch strike on King Louie, and so now you have the opportunity to kind of get ahead and see what happens. But Garrett Gruhl at second, not a big lead, and fastball on the outside, and seems like on those outside pitches, Slatton is kind of leaving it out, out hanging. Where on the outside pitches, he's really swinging and slinging that arm across. The 1-1, this one across the home plate and called strike on King Louie, and so now the count 1-2 with 1 out. Garrett Gruhl at second as he gets checked by Slatton. Kicks and fires, and that one on the outside, strike 3. And that was an uneventful strike 3 call.
But he goes down sitting on the outside part of the plate. Great execution by Ryder.
So 2 outs for the Larks now as they get set for Bryson Evans. Hopefully gets another hit for being a beverage batter. He is 1 of 2 with a walk. The 0-0 swung on, ground ball to the third baseman. Going back is Jackson across the diamond in time to catch. Bryson Evans on the ground out to Jackson, the third baseman. We head to the bottom of the 7th. Larks leading 8-1. Tyler Schott bidding for a complete game. We'll see what happens here as Tyler Schott going up against Justin Hudson of Butler Community College. And Tyler Schott has me on my feet ready for this one. We'll see what happens. First pitch on the outside of the strike zone. Slider moving in from the outside to the part of the plate. And so the count 1-1 between Tyler Schott and Hudson. And that one in there for a strike. So now Tyler Schott 1 strike away. See what happens. The 1-2, this one low from Schotty. The Larks trying to move to 14 straight wins, 18 wins at home on the year, and 27-4. Well on their way. We'll see what happens. The 2-2 low from Tyler, as now Jet Lotus going out to the bullpen. The 3-2, this one on the inside, check swing. And no official sign of anything. And not that I have a problem with it, but like, show us something. Because we don't know from the press box what's going on. If that's a attempt, if that's a ball, if that's hit by pitch, something.
A little identification would be nice.
Yes, that's what I'm complaining about. On the outside, call that a strike to Ethan Calder, a freshman from Baylor. So I really don't know what to call that, really. Foul off, and that's off of Jeff Keith's throat. So we're going to need some time here as Keith trying to take some time. Tony Vega coming over. And Keith really wanting to get back to baseball, and good sport about it, really.
Yeah, I mean, he's got 3 more outs away, and then he can go ice it up real quick. And not sure if he'll be up behind the dish next game, but
the 0-2 check swing. They say he goes, and that'll be a punch out for Tyler Schott. Where is the last strikeout? Make that 7 of the night 38th of the season. And what better way for Tyler Schott to keep this game? I mean, lots of things going on. 7 punch-outs on the night, 38 punch-outs on the season, a complete game on the line. I mean, there's a lot of things going for Tyler Schott, and in the balance for him tonight. This one on the inside and low and missing for Schott. So count 1-0 with 1 out with a 1 runner on, and Justin Hudson for the BeeJays. They got 1 win down in Dodge City last night and will move to a streak of 1 loss. On the road, they will move to 10-8 on the season and 20-9 overall. So pitch missing from Schott. A 2-0 on the inside and missing. And no one really warming up, so it's Tyler's game to really continue here. River Jackson watching that one come across home plate, and so the count 3-1. Tyler really needing to come back here as he went to a 3-0 count. I mean, red light count for River Jackson. A ground ball. This could be a double play. A toss to Benavidez across to Sicoli. In time. A complete game for Tyler Schott as the Larks pick up an 8-1 victory. Move to 14 in a row. 27-4 overall with an 18-0 record, still in contact with the first game against the BeeJays. The Liberal BeeJays moved to 20-9 on the season, 10-8 on the road, and move to 1 loss in their streak. Once again, this is Caden Sanders alongside me, Nick Helget and Ace Newberger. We will have another game here in 30 minutes due time, but we will have a post-game kind of show here tonight. And we'll get you some numbers, get you Tyler Schott's numbers as he picks up a 4th victory here tonight. Once again, we'll see you here in a couple minutes here on the Larks YouTube channel. Hello and welcome back to Larks Park. The Larks picking up another victory, and they move to 27-4. I'm Caden Sanders. Alongside me is Nick Helgett as we get ready for game number 2. And we have a post-game here tonight. The Larks getting 5 runs in the 4th, and that really carried them through. They didn't need a whole lot against the Liberal BeeJays as Tyler Schott going the complete distance and getting a complete game as he goes 7 innings, giving up 5 hits, 1 run, 1 error, and had 8 punch-outs on the night. He picks up his 4th victory as he moves to 4-1 on the season. Nick, you got some stats from the BeeJays. Tell me all about them.
Yeah, the BeeJays tonight, the hitting core only coming for 5 hits tonight. 4 of them coming from 2 guys alone. Their leadoff hitter, Isaac Webb, going 2 for 3, a run score, 2 stolen bases on top of it. And then the number 2 hitter, Owen May. These guys were kind of the core of the lineup tonight. They were everything they could do here in game 1 of this doubleheader. And then last but not least, River Jackson going 1 for 3.
Yeah, in that, I mean, you got Tyler Schott, one of the best from the Larks, to go at it. And, I mean, he showed it tonight. And for the offense on the other side, Trent Baker 0 of 4. 3 flyouts and a punch-out. Cash Benavidez, he's 2 of 4. 2 singles, a flyout, and a ground-out. Damian Ruiz, 2 of 4. A single, strikeout, and a flyout. Tyler LaRue, 2 of 3. One of the best stats tonight. Tyler, a home run, 2 RBIs attached to it, and a single. He got hit by a pitch and a flyout. It'll be John Sicoli behind him at 2 and 4. He had a home run and a single, a punch-out looking, and a fly-out to left field. But Garrett Gruhl, 1 of 3. A single, a strikeout looking, a walk, and a fly-out to the center fielder in Kaiser. Then Peyton Ebbing, 0 of 4. It was a struggle tonight. 2 fly-outs, a ground-out, and a strikeout swinging with the bases loaded. Well, not bases loaded, but bases occupied at first. King Luis Garcia, 0 of 1. 2 walks, a hit by a pitch, and struck out looking on the outside. And it'll be a 1-3 night for Bryson Evans. A single, a ground out, a walk, and also a flyout. The Larks picking up a victory 8-1 over the Liberal BeeJays. We'll be back for more here on the Larks YouTube channel.
to the Larks Network.
Meet me down at the ballpark, where I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. All of my friends are gonna be there too. Nothing in the world I'd rather do than grab a hot dog burger and a cold beer. You'll hear me yelling out a big cheer, 'cause whether they win or whether they lose, I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. I can't wait to see a home run. I know for sure there's gonna be one. I'll call out the players by their first name. Sure am glad I made it to the game. Rain or shine, I'm gonna be there. If the stands are full, I'll bring a lawn chair. So join me down at the old ballpark. I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. Join me down at the old ballpark. I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks.
All right, so Trent Baker up in the press box. Thanks, buddy. Trent Baker leading it off for the Larks and trying to move to 28-4 on the season. Trent Baker leading it off. Cash Benavidez, a shortstop. Damian Ruiz, pretty much everybody from the first game playing in the same position. The only problem is that Brady Evans is now the catcher in the switch. It's not a problem, but writing my lineup card, I had a lot of problems because now we are the home team. Yes, we are the home team now, and apparently, logically, it makes sense to have us the away team. Both games in the first, whatever, hard to explain. Tyler LaRue at third, Damian Ruiz in right, stays the same. Sicoli at first in the fifth hole, Garrett Grohl in left, Brady Evans the catcher tonight, and 7-hole, Luis Garcia, 8-hole, and second base. Bryson Evans is going to be the DH. And Damian Ruiz will be the beverage batter. So keep that in mind. So defensively for the Larks, Garrett Gruhl in left, Trent Baker in center, Damian Ruiz in right, Tyler LaRue at third, John Sicoli at first. In the middle infield, Benavidez and Garcia. And now behind the dish, it'll be Evans. The starting lineup for the Liberal BeeJays, who come into this match now 20-9 with a losing streak of 1. It'll be Owen May, the shortstop. He played in game number 1 at second base. Now the shortstop in game number 2. It'll be Ryota Kusumoto at second. Sorry if I butchered that. Walker Polk in at designated hitter and 3 spot. Nick Husavitsky, the third baseman. It'll be Derek Lukes, the catcher in 5-hole. Jackson Sheffield at first. Right field to be Jet Brown. Center fielder Owen Barger. And also in left field, Luke Ree, who was going to be the pinch runner for Silas Schaefer, but he had an 0-2 night, so we didn't see him in game number 1. But defensively for the Larks, it will be Ree in left field, Barger in center field, and Brown in right field. For the infield, it'll be third baseman Husavitsky, shortstop in May, second baseman Kusumoto, and also Sheffield at first. And it'll be Luke's behind the dish. We will get your starting pitchers and some more final stats from game number 1 and get ready for game number 2. That'll be set here in just a couple of minutes here on the Larks YouTube channel. the Hayes Larks coming in and after game number 1, picking up another victory, and the lights turning on here before game number 2 here at Larks Park. I'm Caden Sanders. Alongside me is Ace Newberger and my color commentator, Nick Helgett. And I got some stats for the Hayes Larks. Nick's got the Liberal BeeJays. And for game number 1, the Larks go 0 of 4 for Trent Baker. 3 flyouts, a strikeout, swinging. Cash Benavides, 2 of 4. 2 singles, a flyout, and a ground out. Damian Ruiz, 2 of 4, 2 singles, a strikeout, swinging, and a flyout. Tyler LaRue, 2 of 3. A home run, a single, a hit by pitch, and a flyout. And also John Sicoli in the 5 spot. He was 2 of 4, a home run, a single, a flyout, and a strikeout looking. Garrett Gruhl in the 6th hole was 1 of 3, a walk, also a flyout, a single, and a strikeout looking. Peyton Ebbing 0 of 4, 2 flyouts, a ground out, and a strikeout swinging. Luis Garcia 0 of 1, strikeout looking, hit by pitch, a 2-walk night for him in the first game. And then 1 of 3 for Brayson Evans, the beverage batter, a single, a flyout, a walk, and a flyout. But Tyler shot the story of the day in game number 1. Tyler shot a complete game, 7 innings pitched, 5 hits, 1 run given up, 1 earned, but also 8 punch-outs. He moves to 4-1, 3.98 ERA going into it. But that'll be it for me and the Hayes Larks stats going into game number 2. I'll hand it off to Nick to give you the BeeJays stats going in from after game number 1.
Well, Liberal BeeJays, they didn't really get the bats going too well against Tyler Schott, dominating on the mound. And the lineup shows that shortstop Isaac Webb going 2 for 3, 2 stolen bases, and a run scored, striking out looking. Second baseman Owen May going 2 for 3 as well, 2 singles in that game. First baseman Walker Polk, the Baylor commit, 0 for 2, sacrifice fly, RBI, and a strikeout looking. Left fielder Mateo Garcia, 0 for 3, striking out twice, once swinging, once looking. Designator Justin Hudson going 0 for 3, striking out, swinging as well. Right fielder Ethan Calder, 0 for 3, going striking out, swinging as well. Third baseman River Jackson, the only other guy other than the top 2 hitters to get a base hit, had a double and struck out looking. And then catcher Silas Schaefer, 0 for 2, strikeout looking. And last but not least, we got the center fielder Colton Kaiser going 0 for 2. The pitching on the other side of the field, Liberal BeeJays, Colby Duck heading the mound, 4 innings pitched, striked out 2 batters, walked 3, had 1 hit by pitch, and allowed 5 earned runs. Coming in after that, into the 5th inning, we saw Ryder Slayton, number 21, pitching 3 innings of work, 2 strikeouts, no walks, 2 hit by pitches, and allowing 3 earned runs.
That'll be it for the pre/post game. Once again, we'll do this once again. It was kind of chaotic here in the press box, but we did it nevertheless. We are about to get started here at Larks Park once again, so we'll take a quick break and get ready to go for game number 2. Defensively for the Larks, they start out the game as it should have been in game number 1, but instead they hit first. So now we'll see what happens with that. But Garrett Gruhl in left field, Trent Baker in center field, Damian Ruiz in right field. It'll be Tyler LaRue at third base, John Sicoli at first, Cash Benavidez at shortstop, and Luis Garcia at second. Brady Evans will pop in behind the dish tonight as he gets the call, as they like to switch it off, and I guess they're going to just do one game each both nights. It'll be Owen May, the shortstop, freshman out of Point Loma, going to be the shortstop and the leadoff tonight. Ryota Kusumoto, the second baseman and junior out of Oklahoma Panhandle State University, where Coach Jared Maeda comes in. Also, Walker Polk, a freshman from Baylor, and designated hitter Nick Husavitsky, third baseman, sophomore, San Diego Mesa. Catcher Derek Lukes, a freshman from Point Loma. Also, first baseman Jackson Sheffield, a freshman from San Joaquin Delta Community College. Trying to finish this off, Jet Brown, also from Oklahoma Panhandle State, a right fielder and junior. Owen Barger, a freshman from Eastern Kentucky in center field. And in left field, Luke Ree, a freshman from San Diego Mesa, as Dylan Hill getting the start for the Larks. First pitch by Dylan. This one swung on to Tyler LaRue, and routine for LaRue across the diamond for Sicoli, who stands straight up to catch that one and get the first out of the game as we are underway. First pitch at 8:15 on the dot, like I thought it would be.
You did call it.
So Owen May going to be the first out. Hill on the outside, calling that a strike. Tony Vega behind the dish, and it'll be Jeff Keith on the base paths tonight. Larks and BeeJays wearing their same jerseys. If you're just tuning in, Larks wearing their white vest with blue Larks and blue numbers across the chest and on the side and on the back. Dylan Hill swing and a miss on the punch out. Make that his seventh punch out of the season. That one, the first one of the night. So now coming in, it'll be Walker Polk, a freshman from Baylor, and also the designated hitter. Polk was the first baseman, and he was 0 of 3. Sacrifice fly to right field, an RBI, ground ball, and a strikeout looking. First pitch in there by Dylan Hill. A strike, kick and fire, this one low. So the count evens out at 1 apiece. The 1-1 fouled off by Polk, and that one just a little bit to the left of us here in the press box. The 1-2 from Hill. This one at the knees and just a little bit low from Hill. Dylan Hill rocks, kicks, fires, 2-2, check swing. Brady Evans tags the batter and Walker Polk. That'll be the second strikeout, 8th of the season for Dylan Hill. And the Larks do it once again. They leave the BeeJays, scoreless through 1 inning. We head to the bottom of the first next here on the Larks YouTube channel. It'll be Holden Carpenter at a Point Loma, a D2 product, sorry. Trying to listen to my colleague and to the right of me in Brock Kappelman. Trying to get the stats on Holden Carpenter. First pitch swung on by Trent Baker. But going back to Holden Carpenter, all I got, he is 1-0 on his record, and he's pitched 10 and 2/3 inning. That is it. I don't have anything else. Hopefully tomorrow I have more stats, because having a computer, well, not computer, but able to print things off is Brock, and I'll get him some stats. Ground ball back up to Carpenter, and he will underhand it to Sheffield, and that will be it for Trent Baker, excuse me. So now it'll be Cash Benavidez, a freshman from Houston Christian. They go back to back to back. Houston Christian freshman. It'll be Trent Baker, Cash Benavidez, and Damian Ruiz, who is the beverage batter tonight. We'll see what happens with that, but pitch on the outside, called strike by Tony Vega. The 0-1, that one just a little low from a Carpenter. In the first game, it took the Larks and BeeJays just a little bit longer than expected. The scoring party didn't start until the 4th inning, when the Larks opened it up with 5 runs, scored 1 in the 5th, 2 in back-to-back innings in the 6th and the 7th, and picked up the 8-1 victory. So we'll see what happens here, but the 1-2 from Carpenter, roller and a high chopper over to the third baseman at the ground, but picked up is Sheffield as Husavitsky gets it across the diamond.
A tough bounce play off the dirt right there. Don't really know how high it's going to bounce off that bouncy turf out there.
But now it'll be Damian Ruiz, a freshman from Houston Christian. Last game, Damian 2 of 4. He flew out in his last attempt. 2 back-to-back singles in back-to-back innings and scored, and then a strikeout swinging in the 6th inning. But a pitch on the outside, and first pitch to Ruiz from Carpenter on the outside. Celebrity ticket sellers Luke Terbeek, Cruz Missile himself, Mike Cruz, and Caden Hare. The 2-0 on the outside. Left out there from Carpenter is Damian Ruiz. So the count 3-0 in favor of Ruiz. This one down the middle, taken for a strike.
And we saw in game 1, Tyler Schott, lefty for the Larks, and Liberal BeeJays pitcher, he was a righty, and we see this game, this script has flipped it.
A bouncer to the shortstop in May. He'll throw it in time to Sheffield. That'll be it. A clean inning for both teams as we get set for the top of the second. Larks and BeeJays knotted up at 0 after 1. It'll be Nick Hasovsky, a sophomore out of San Diego Mesa. Dylan Hill up the middle, and that will be a hit for Hasovsky.
Driving that ball right back up the middle, straight from where it came from.
Those are always scary, though, as a pitcher. Getting them right back at you. You don't know if it's going to bounce right off of you, but it'll be a single for Hasovsky, bringing up Derek Lukes, another freshman from Point Loma. There's 1, 2, 3. 3 Point Loma players, and then also San Diego Mesa has 2 in the lineup tonight. Also, Oklahoma Panhandle State has 2. What else do we have? The only San Joaquin Delta Community College player is Jackson Sheffield, and had a couple in the first game, but not tonight. Throw over to first, not in time for Hill. Hill, curveball in there on the inside, and taking for a strike against Derek Lukes.
And, looking at this lineup from last game to this game, we see that only 2 as we have a pickoff move that's overthrown.
Hasovsky moves to second, and Sicoli didn't even know where that. Sicoli didn't even know where that ball went. He was confused, and Hasovsky takes advantage of it. So an error by the pitcher in Dylan Hill will be taken advantage of. So Hasovsky in scoring position. Coming over is King Louie. Curveball up high and missing. Didn't have any break to it. So Derek Lukes up in the count, 2-1 over Dylan Hill. The 2-1, and that one just a little bit outside for Hill. But like you said, it's interesting that the Larks went from Tyler Schott, a left-handed pitcher, to a right-handed pitcher in Dylan Hill, and especially picking up game number 1, get the ball rolling and get another win. This one fouled off and in front of our photographer, Emily Stencil.
And, doing that for the Larks, it actually does a lot. It creates the batters. They have to see the ball coming through a new arm slot within a short time period.
The 3-2 and payoff pitch from Dylan Hill. Kicks and fires. This one low, and it'll be a walk for Dylan Hill. So now coming in is Jackson Schofield, freshman from San Joaquin Delta Community College. Sorry if it takes me just a little bit to pronounce it. I just have the acronym SJDCC. The first pitch from Hill. This one swung on and fouled off. Larks shading to the right just a little bit, especially with the runner at second in Hasovsky, but kind of also playing in the base paths, if not a little in. Pretty much everyone kind of a little bit closer than you would for a normal infield.
Playing closer to the bags.
The 0-1, a ground ball to Luis Garcia, a toss over to Sicoli. Both runners in. Hasovsky moves over to third. Lukes to second, but a ground ball for Sheffield. That will be the first out of the inning. But now coming in, it'll be Jet Brown, a junior from Oklahoma Panhandle State, and right fielder tonight for the BeeJays. First pitch from Hill. Curveball in there for a strike. Corners in here for the Larks as they get set. Dylan Hill, the 0-1. Curveball once again, and Tony Vega says it's foul tip. Doesn't matter. He got caught. And it's only 2 strikes. So the 0-2 from Dylan Hill. Fires. This one bounces, and this is going to be a wild pitch score. Running around third is going to be Luke's, but he'll stay there.
And the BeeJays bouncing on top here early, especially after losing an 8-1 game here at Game 1. Game 2 is very important to get off to a hot start.
Well, and especially, you know, all 4 games are important to the league standings. And, you know, when you lose one, you got to win the next one because then you're even into day number 2. This is going to be a single in, and it hits the grass, so an RBI single for Jet Brown. And the Larks now having to revamp that offense. But on the other hand, for the Larks, they have pretty much everybody except for Brady Evans in from game number 1. And if you watched game number 1, the Larks scored every inning from the 4th on, so they are probably still hot. This one down the middle and called strike against Owen Barger, a freshman from Eastern Kentucky, in center field tonight. It was Kaiser in center field in game number 1, but Barger going to be the starter now. This one on the outside, call it a strike from Tony Vega. And the count 0-2 between Dylan Hill and Barger. Throw to first, not in time. Sicoli having to stay glove side to catch that one. Almost a throw away, but now the count still at 0-2. Hopefully Barger is the target now. The 0-2 on the outside, want that one and don't get it, but count 1-2 with 1 out and Jet Brown at first. The 1-2, that one blocked by Brady Evans on the curveball. That just a little bit too much curve or a little bit too much hold in that release, one of the two. The 2-2 from Hill on the outside and blocked by Brady Evans. And you wonder if Hill, you know, can't find the strike zone. And when he does, the BeeJays really taking advantage of him.
Yeah, we saw this in his last outing. Something very similar happen against the Denver Cougars.
Swing and a miss. Runner goes. Throw low and can't catch it is Luis Garcia. That would have been a double play. Strike him out and throw him out. But instead, Jet Brown will get the steal. Don't know if you would call that an error because it was in the glove and bounced out from Luis, but then it's a tough play to make also.
No, and no runners advanced further on the play, so it would still be counted as a stolen base.
So a strikeout by Owen Barger. The second strikeout for Dylan Hill, ball on the outside. So 8 punch-outs on the season, 2 of tonight. On the outside, and now the count 2-0 between Dylan Hill and Luke Ree. We were supposed to see him in the pinch runner position for Silas Schaefer, but didn't see him because Schaefer went 0 for 2, a line drive into left field, and Garrett Gruhl didn't read it right. That'll fall, and an RBI single. And now the BeeJays taking a big chapter in the Larks book in game number 1, scoring big as early as they can, and kind of getting complicated now. And Brady Evans coming out to talk to his pitcher in Dylan Hill. I don't know what the order is for the Larks going forward, but I don't know. If it keeps going like this, you got to give your offense a chance. And giving up, 3-4 runs, whatever it is in the first inning or second inning, it's not that bad. But also, in your offense, you didn't score until the fourth in the first game, but you score 8 in, the last 4. I don't know if, there's a lot of game left, but if you're trying to win game number 2 and set the tone right away, do you give Dylan Hill, a long leash here?
Well, in a 7-inning game, you're probably going to give him as much as you can. But if it's not going to work, then they're going to have to throw someone else against the wall and see what sticks.
Foul off on the first pitch to Owen May. A swing, a drive. This one's going to be deep. Going back is Trent Baker to his left, and he'll make the grab right before the warning track. But the Larks giving up 3 in the inning and trailing the BeeJays 3-0 here at Larks Park in game number 2. It'll be Tyler LaRue, John Sicoli, and Garrett Gruhl all due up in the middle of the order. Kind of an important part of the game so far because the Larks need this part of the order. 2 of 3, 2 of 4, 1 of 3 in game number 1. The bottom of the order barely produced 0 of 4, 0 of 1, and 1 of 3. But the Larks needing something right now. I wouldn't say it's an urgent button to push right now, but it is getting close. A ground ball, and that's fair to the right. Hasuski, a throw, safe. Tyler LaRue getting there in time. The tag trying to be applied by Sheffield on the head of Tyler LaRue, but it'll be a single for the Larks, and just what the Larks needed, something to get them going as the clouds covering haze here tonight. As it was pretty sunny in game number 1, but the clouds coming in. Sicoli coming in, now having Tyler LaRue at first. And would you say the Larks kind of need to press that emergency button here soon if they can't get a run or maybe even 2 here?
No, I actually don't think so. There's no reason to click the emergency button right now. We are just starting the game off. And, yeah, a rough second inning, but we just got to see what happens when they throw him back out there.
Carpenter misses on the inside, but personally for me, when you think about it, you got 7 chances, 6 actual, because you got a closer that's going to come in from the BeeJays. They're going to try and win the 1-1. This one on the inside, almost hitting Sicoli.
You gotta remember, I mean, it's a game of patience, you know. The time will come. I mean, a leadoff single by LaRue already gets something started. I mean, there's endless possibilities when we still got 5 more innings of baseball to go.
This one swung on and fouled off and to the left. Just a little bit outside, and Larks almost getting another hit and probably getting LaRue. Well, that's pushing it, especially being in left field. I was going to say at third, but I don't know if they want to test Ree's arm out in left field. The 2-2 from Holden Carpenter. That's a swing and a miss. And that's a strike 3. Swinging. And so Garrett Gruhl coming in. Garrett Gruhl, the second leader in home runs, and be a good time for it, but Larks would still be trailing by 1 if it would go out of the park, and we'll see what happens. But Larks needing runs, and this one on the outside and high. So first pitch missing from Carpenter. The 1-0 called strike by Vega, and the count evens out at 1 apiece with ones everywhere. 1 ball, 1 strike, 1 out, and even 1 runner on in Tyler LaRue. This one fired, and this one a high fly ball into right field. Coming in is Brown. He'll make the grab. Tagging up and faking it is LaRue. Probably could have made it, though. But Garrett Gruhl, another fly out. And out coming in, it'll be Brady Evans.
And the Larks going on the same patterns last game so far. I mean, they're kind of slow, not really getting anything going right now. We'll have to see if it leads to a bigger inning later in the middle of this game.
I would say the contrast to that is that the first 2 innings they were 6 up, 6 down. And Tyler LaRue getting on, but I mean, get it where you can take it, but also, you know, when you're behind in a game, there's also some urgency, especially being against one of your longest rivals. The 0-1 up high and missing from Carpenter. You already have game number 1 out of 4. You want to try and keep that pedal on the metal, you know. I mean, that's just how I think. And you know, when I'm broadcasting a team, you know, you don't want to see your team kind of just let the other team keep hanging on. You want to keep piling it on, so that way it's harder for them to get back into the game if they do try and get back.
Yeah, I mean, the Larks right now, I mean, they run around base, see what they can do. The 1-2 count, 2 outs, Brady Evans. Let's see if they can get something going.
This one just a little low from Carpenter, so it evens the count 2-2. But Brady Evans, a junior out of Southeastern Oklahoma State, a transfer into the program, but going there this fall. The 2-2 on the outside, and Carpenter thought it was a strike, and that's one of those 50-50 balls that Tony Vega, Jeff Keith have completely fooled me and you up here in the press box, and they fooled Carpenter, and Carpenter really not liking it, or maybe trying to fix something. I think his belt broke, maybe, and that's exactly what happened. So we see our first casualty.
An interesting casualty for the start of this game, too.
You know, we thought we were going to lose Tyler LaRue. I wasn't going to say this until maybe when Cash or Tyler come up to the plate. But in the batting, you know, practice, Cash Benavidez hit a liner, and I mean a liner straight to Tyler LaRue at third. And Coach Harper was doing ground ball work with LaRue and, hit one right before Benavidez hit one right to LaRue. So Tyler grabs the ball that Harper hit and just eats the ball that Cash Benavidez lines to him on the chest. And apparently Mr. Indestructible over there was all right. Good thing it wasn't anything vital. The 3-2 by Carpenter, and that's low. And it'll be Tyler LaRue at second. Brady Evans walking, and we'll see who is going to come out of the dugout. And it'll be the Godfather himself, Cam Walton.
And that's Brady Evans' 15th walk on the season.
Talking about Cam Walton. Cam, a transfer now from New Mexico to Texas Southern. Haven't talked to Cam since he last pitched, but hopefully I'll get to tonight. Luis Garcia up at the dish, the sophomore from Pima Community College, swinging and a miss on it looks like a two-seam. It ran away from Garcia, who stands in the left-handed batter's box. The 0-1 from Carpenter, slider on the outside, and that was not a strike, but Tony Vega has a mind of his own. The fans not liking that one, but deal with it anyway, and the count 0-2 in favor of Carpenter. This one a slider on the outside, call it a strike because Tony Vega has that outside dialed up apparently. That one looking for Garcia. Larks still scoreless, trailing the BeeJays 3-0 here at Larks Park.
What we do here is go back.
It'll be Ryota Kusumoto. Sorry, I'm going to butcher that all night and probably even tomorrow if he makes the lineup. But pitch up high, missing from Dylan Hill. And first pitch missing. That one fouled off. I hear Brock over there saying the name, and there's no way I sound just like him on the pronunciation. So I guess it's going to be a good night. The 1-1, and that one flied into left field and in between LaRue and Benavidez. So another single for Dylan Hill. That'll be his fourth of the night.
And we saw this in his last outing. I mean, Dylan Hill, they're just hitting off of him, and then when they can't find it, he just can't seem to find the strike zone.
Hill checks first. First pitch she sees in Walker Polk. It'll be a single. Run around second, but it'll go back to the second base. And Kusamoto out at second, and Walker Polk a single. But now coming in, it's Nick Hasovsky, and he is another BJ who has a hit tonight. Somebody warming up in the pen for the Larks. Tell you who it is whenever they make a pitching change. A swing, a drive. This one looking fair, and it is fair. Running around third is Kusamoto. Staying at third is Walker, and at second, Hasovsky. A stand-up double and an RBI.
And back-to-back-to-back hits brings in the first run in the top of third.
So Polk at third, Hasovsky at second, and a run scores in the inning. And now the Larks trailing 4-0. And for me personally, pitch on the outside part of the plate, but call it a strike. But at some point, you got to pull the plug and start trying to win the game. And
we haven't seen the Larks have their back against the wall like we are right now this season, I would say.
No, and the only other time would have been against Dodge City, but I think we blew them out. So either Dodge City or Denver. That was the last game I remember. One of the two that we were talking about it, and the Larks were struggling, and this one now takes cake as this one fouls off of the bat of Luke's. Last time Luke's a four ball walk recipient, and he scores because of an RBI single by Jet Brown. This one a deep drive into the power alley of left, and that is gone. And that is a three-run home run. And now the Larks are down by a lot. So the Larks down 7-0 after the Dylan Hill home run from Derek Lukes. That's also a two-run RBI, three-run home run for Derek Lukes.
And all the guys who didn't start in the first game, we see that they're out hitting right now and getting on them early.
Pitch missing from Hill, and Jackson Schofield, a ground out victim to Luis Garcia. Second pitch, a swing and a miss, evens the count at 1 apiece. For the BeeJays, they have 4 consecutive hits. The 2-1 on the outside, and so the count 3-1. Keith Harper in the bullpen making sure that it is a quick warm-up for whoever, because that's a walk. So 4-pitch walk after 4 hits, all 4 scoring, and a walk issued by Dylan Hill. Now coming out is Jet Brown. A single last time out and an RBI that scored Derek Lukes in the bottom of the second. Well, top of the second. My charts are wrong because someone decided that away and home is how we're going to do it instead of both away and both home. 0-1, and that's a swing and a miss. The 0-2 from Dylan Hill. That one into the turf. Blocked well by Evans, and no run from Sheffield.
We see Dylan Hill just tense and sort of rushing things right now.
The 1-2, this one on the outside and left alone. That one blocked into the turf by Brady Evans, and now the count 3-2. The 3-2 by Hill, swung on, ground ball to Benavidez, 6-4-3, double play. The Larks getting 2 outs when they need it the most. After Dylan Hill gives up a 3-run home run and a single as well, that score all 4 here in the top of the third.
And a very crucial double play there as it gives the Larks a closer edge in getting out of this inning.
Count even between Dylan Hill, 1-1, and pitch into the turf by Hill. So it'll be Owen Barger, freshman from Eastern Kentucky. The one of 3 BeeJays that Dylan Hill struck out before giving up the 4 runs here in this inning. The other 2 in the top of the order. A 3-1, that one missing and bouncing off the turf. So I guess now the count 3-2. Pitch on the outside, fouled off and out of play for Barger.
It'll be interesting to see if he walks this guy. Do they let him have the 9-hitter?
The 3-2, this one a swing and a miss. That'll be it for Dylan Hill in the top of the third. He gets a 3rd punch out and also 9 punch outs on the season. Larks trailing the BeeJays 7-0. Bryson Evans set to go, and that's a little bit low from Holden Carpenter, who has already 2 innings under his belt. They 1-2-3 inning in the bottom of the first, and this is why I hate the home and away, because it mixes me up. But he only gave up 1 hit in the second inning when he saw 4 through 8, so I guess 5 bats from the Larks, and that one fouled off as now the count 2-1. But Carpenter has 2 punch outs on the night, 3 ground balls, a fly out. The 2-1 from Carpenter, that one in there for a strike, and Bryson Evans looked at Tony Vega. That one on the outside and missing, and so the count 2-2. The 2-2. This one swing and a miss for Bryson, and around the horn the BeeJays go.
And if the Larks want to get back in this game, this top of the lineup needs to come up big right now and get on base.
Yeah, I mean, 2 through 6 are the only viable options. Cash Benavidez, 2 of 4, 2 of 4, 2 of 3, 2 of 4, 1 of 3, and then 0 of 4, 0 of 1, 1 of 3. But Trent Baker, first game, 0 of 4, 0 of 5 today, and he's evens the count at 1 apiece with 1 out. So if Trent Baker can't get on and is an out, Cash Benavidez, Damian Ruiz, Tyler LaRue, John Sicoli, Garrett Gruhl, they all have hits from the game before. And that pitch on the outside. This one on the inside. Thought Vega would call it. You never know. The 3-1 by Carpenter. That one a little inside, and that'll be a walk for Baker. So Baker gets on for the first time today. And now it'll be Cash Benavidez. Cash, two singles. One of them a score, but an RBI also. If anything, the Larks need Trent Baker to steal at least once, if not twice. And then Benavidez at least getting a hit or a sacrifice fly. At least turning it from a 7-0 deficit to a 7-1. Because once you put on that run, and that was called a strike, and that wasn't close because it was on the river. But anyway, a strike anyway.
Yeah, what they really need to do right now is just keep chipping away. I mean, 1 run this inning, 2 runs the next inning, 1 run, and you're just slowly getting your way back into it.
And I agree with you, but at the same time, when that home run went over, it was deflating for the Larks. It was deflating for the fans, even us. Mm-hmm. I mean, my tone of voice has really changed, and that one on the outside is way out there, and 2-1 with 1 out. But if you can chip away, great. But also the emergency button is going off right now because you're down 7-0, and you don't want to get blown out in this game because then that puts a lot of confidence in the other team, especially knowing that you had a complete game on the other side for Tyler Schott, and if it wasn't for Tyler Schott being the pitcher, then, it would be a different story. Also for the Hayes Larks, their 17-0 record is going to be out the window if they can't figure it out. Also, they're on a 13-game winning streak. So we'll see what happens, but a swing and a miss. The count 3-2 between Holden Carpenter and Cash Benavidez. 3-2. This one poked into left field. That's going to go over the shortstop in Webb. And that is just what the Larks needed. And not saying that that hit kind of gave me a little bit off my shoulders, but it just felt like it lifted the weight off my shoulders. And now Damian Ruiz, who's really feeling good. I talked to him earlier in the day at batting practice. He said, I'm feeling really good. Hit a home run in BP and had a couple of good hits, and he seemed like he was barreling it up really well. And he said that it was just the haircut that he got, so we'll see what happens. The first pitch, curveball in there for a strike.
Yeah,
But
a big fly right now changes this whole game.
yeah, and with a home run for Damian, it's not like he's not done it before, but it changes the score from 7-3, or 7-0 to 7-3, and all you're down is by 4, and basically that last inning of work is all you got to catch up here. But pitch on the outside, so a 1-1 situation between Damian Ruiz and a Holden Carpenter. The 1-1, that one swung and fouled off by Ruiz, and now the count 1-2.
And here's a stat worth talking about. Damian Ruiz has come around and scored 50 times this season.
Yeah, Damian make that 52 with the game before.
That's right.
But yeah, that's a huge accomplishment at that. The 1-2 by Carpenter. Check swing. And Tony Vega going to call it a strikeout. Even though Damian didn't go around, but apparently that's what we're going to go with.
And unfortunately, not what Damian was looking for, but goes down looking, bringing up Tyler LaRue, who could make a change in this game right here, right now.
Yeah, he got a single last time out, back-to-back innings that he's going to be at the dish. This one on the outside. Surprise is not a strike. Nevertheless, on the outside, and Tyler could give the Larks, a 3-run bomb, and that helps, lift, the wound a little bit or heal the wound. But you're still down by 4. You got to still hit the panic button a little bit just to score, get offense going. You can see, well, I can see and you can see that the BeeJays kind of warming up in their pen, getting somebody ready. The 2-1 or 2-0 on the outside and on the river, but call it a strike. The 2-1 from Carpenter. This one on the outside, but call it strike. Guess river to river, shins to collarbone. Maybe tonight.
Very frustrating.
I'm surprised I haven't lost it yet. I've lost it to a T, but not as far as I could have gone. 2-2. A swing, a drive. This one's going to be foul, though. Just foul. Inches of being fair and having at least one run score, if not 2, because of the speed of Cash Benavidez at first.
Tyler LaRue being the RBI leader. Seeing if he can drive home, put the Larks on the board.
The 2-2 outs on the outside. Just across the river for anyone that couldn't see it. So, wasn't a strike. So the count moves to 3-2. Coming set and firing on the outside, and that'll be a walk. Surprisingly, for LaRue, who watched that one, kind of made sweat beat down my forehead watching that one. So bases loaded for the Larks. So let's rewind. Trent Baker at third, Cash Benavidez at second, Tyler LaRue at first, and John Sicoli, who struck out swinging. So we'll hope for better days here, and hopefully, maybe, just maybe, if the jackpot is here in Hayes tonight for the Larks in their favor, Sicoli would hit a 4-run bomb and only be down by 3.
I mean, that's obviously what we all want, but you know, we just gotta take what we can get, really.
Another ball into the turf, and now the count 2-0 from Carpenter. I love listening to Brock whenever I can. Said it's not an exciting inning, and I would agree. It's kind of mundane on both sides. And
I said the third inning as a whole has just been kind of slow and dead.
Dead, slow, anything you want to say. 2-1, that one into the turf.
There we go. Come on.
And it seems like we just hit a brick wall, and I'm ready to take a nap almost.
Yeah, that's perfect. Honestly, that's how I feel like a lot of fans and up here in the press box are feeling as well.
I mean, it's dead silent. I'm not hearing anything outside. The 3-1, that one in the turf, and I guess Carpenter walks in a run, and the fans come somewhat to life. Cash Benavidez to third, Tyler LaRue to second, Sicoli at first. Now coming in is Garrett Gruhl. Garrett, 1 of 3 last time out in game number 1, a fly out to right field, and not what you want to see here. Hopefully Garrett Gruhl can figure something out. I mean, Garrett Gruhl on Sunday night, 1 of 4, a home run, 2 flyouts, a ground out. And then, you know, game number 1 tonight, 1 of 3. He's 0 of 1 here. I mean, you want to be hopeful, but then at the same time, statistics and stats in baseball mean something.
Yeah, and as of late, he hasn't been the same player, and we've been talking about it for the last 4 or 5 games now in a row. He needs to find that switch, and if he can find it right here in a big moment like this, he can boost his confidence and turn this rest of the season around for him.
Slider hit into center field. It's going to be a double. It finds a patch of grass going around to Sicoli. And a bases clearing, a stand-up double. And I guess it brings me back to life a little bit as Garrett Gruhl, a 3-run RBI stand-up double. And where are we at? We are 7-4.
Chipping away, just like we were talking about.
Chipping away. Well, you were talking about.
Yeah.
I wasn't really saying chip away. I was saying might as well just get it all over with and either score a lot of runs or kind of hit the, all right, let's reset for tomorrow button. But instead, the Larks going to fight back, and that's what this team has done all year long is fight and fight and fight. There's nothing but fight in them. The ground ball up the middle. It's going to be caught by, I was going to say May, but it's Kusamoto off the mound. The Larks do score 4 here, so I guess the score now is 7-4 in favor of the BeeJays as we head to the top of the 4th.
You're tuned in to the Larks Network.
Meet me down at the ballpark, where I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. All of my friends are gonna be there too. Nothing in the world I'd rather do than grab a hot dog burger and a cold beer. You'll hear me yelling out a big cheer, 'cause whether they win or whether they lose, I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. I can't wait to see a home run. I know for sure there's gonna be one. I'll call out the players by their first name. Sure am glad I made it to the game. Rain or shine, I'm gonna be there. If the stands are full, I'll bring a lawn chair. So join me down at the old ballpark. I'll be rooting for the Hayes Larks. Join me down at the...
It'll be Caleb Meredith on the mound for the Larks, and 2-0 on the year, and second year for the Chuckey, Tennessee native out of Chattanooga Community College. The 1-0 down the middle. Call it a strike. The 1-1, and that's on the outside. But surprisingly, Carpenter gets those calls, but Larks don't. Just, if we're going river to river, shin to collarbone, you got to call it. Swing and a miss.
Yeah. Little stats on Caleb Meredith real quick. We got Caleb Meredith pitching 19 2/3 inning, an ERA of 6.86, striking out 23 batters, walking 5, with a win-loss record of 2-0.
That one fouled off and back to the right of us, and so now the count 2-2 between Caleb Meredith and Luke Ree. This one, check swing. Not going to get it? No, we're not. But yet that's what happened to Damian Ruiz. Check swing, got called on a strikeout. This one fouled off. So we do the 3-2 all over again. Still have BeeJays warming up in the pen. A drive, this one a ground ball to Benavidez. He's going to take it on the hop across the diamond, and it's in time.
And this Larks defense taking a big step in the last week. I mean, their infield has improved so much. They look a lot more comfortable, and they're getting outs at a consistent base now. And
yeah, I would agree with you. And now Owen May, 0 of 2. Well, May, let's see here, 2 of 3 in the game, number 1. So 2 of 5 here tonight. That one missing low from Meredith. And we talked about this going into this inning. Caleb Meredith, not the fastest guy on the mound, but, you got to be very controlled and detailed, trying to not give up more than really has been given up, especially when you score 4 in one inning and possibly could get back into it if you can chip away. And that one not called strike, and that's surprising. And also frustrating.
yeah, very frustrating. I'm surprised we haven't heard anything from the Larks dugout yet.
Yeah, I don't even see Frank, so I don't know if he's still tossed from game number 1 or not. Which is interesting to me because, if you get tossed in one game, you can come back in the other. But no, he was just in the concession stand. That one a 4-pitch walk, and that will be Owen May, first time he's been on the base paths since, well, the bottom of the 6th in the first inning, what seems like a couple hours ago. So Ryota Kusamoto stepping up to the dish. Throw over to first just to check on the runner, and Owen May not in time as it was a light throw to Sicoli. The 0-0, this one up high and kind of on the inside from Meredith, and so the count 1-0 between Kusamoto and Caleb Meredith. Throw to first, not in time to catch Kusamoto, or May, excuse me, at first.
And, you know, you got to give it to these little BeeJays for bouncing back after an 8-1 loss in the first game. I mean, to come back and score seven before we can put anything on the board, I mean, that's pretty impressive after being just shut down by Tyler Schott.
And I would agree with you. That would check swing and evens the count at 1 apiece. But, you know, this is just a precursor, really, because if you think about it, like I said earlier, Tyler Schott, if he wasn't the pitcher in that game and had his stuff, it would be a complete different story of game number 1 and possibly even game number 2, a swing and a miss. This one, a 1-2 count on the slider from Caleb Meredith, who fools Kusamoto. The 1-2 throwing over is Caleb Meredith, and not that I don't hate throwing over to first, but it's just the mundane routine of doing it. Check over to first and throw to second, high from Sicoli, and error by Sicoli.
And a high throw by Sicoli. Cash coming up, trying to catch it, but was unable to make the play as it bounced out of his glove after he jumped as high as he could.
So now a runner on second, and Owen May and Kusamoto at the dish. Meredith checking May, and this one a ground ball to Sicoli. This one grounded to him, and Meredith couldn't get there. Sicoli couldn't get there, so it's going to be a hit. Shouldn't be a hit, but it is a hit. So Owen May at third, Kusamoto at first base, and coming out is Brady Evans for the sign of runners on the corners. It'll be Walker Polk. He is 1 of 2 here in this game, but in game number 1, he was 0 of 3. So 1 of 5 here in Hayes, and possibly could make it 2 of 6. But a swing and a miss on the outside fastball from Caleb Meredith, pushing the count in favor of Meredith, 0-1, and trying to keep the BeeJays at bay. The pitcher that was warming up in the pen is done. But a throw over to first to check on Kusamoto is not in time.
And Caleb Meredith making me question whether or not they're going to bring the pitch clock and the pickoff move rules into this league. I mean,
Yes.
in Major League, I mean, you can only pick over twice. After that, you have to step off if they're on the move.
I would agree, but at the same time, it is not a NCAA rule, so they're not going to add it.
I believe
even though it'd be nice to have it, because in a doubleheader, like we said, it's been mundane and kind of quiet, and we got to push this game along a little bit because that game number 1 felt really good, but now it's just kind of
Well, no, next year that Division One will be incorporating those rules into play.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. The 1-2 throw over to first. Not in time. No tag from Sicoli. The 1-2 from Meredith on the inside and going down, but Tony Vega really hasn't said anything. So I guess it does hit Walker Polk, but no sign, never had signs tonight to tell us what's going on. So runners everywhere. Once again for the BeeJays. Trying to stay calm with one out. Swing and foul off, out of play, no chance. As Nick Hasovsky comes up. Hasovsky, perfect on the day. A double, an RBI, run scored, also a single, and scored off of an error, and also a wild pitch. This one popped up and behind us here.
Third base off. No more. Or first base. They saw it.
Well, I guess it is what it is, right? The 0-2. Sorry for the fans that are listening at home. But foul off by Hasovsky. The 0-2 from Caleb Meredith, a swing and a miss, and that's what Meredith needed to do, is throw a pitch on that 0-2 where you could not contact it, even if you're, Victor Wembanyama, 7, whatever he is.
Yeah, that's punch out number 24 in the year for Caleb Meredith. And now 2 outs. He's got something to do and just get it out in any sort of way possible.
So that will be 2 outs for the Larks. So I guess any base is viable here. We'll see what happens.
It'll be a challenge with Derek Lukes up to play. I mean, he had a home run in his last at-bat. Really blew open this game.
This one on the outside and missing. This one fouled off, and this now 1-1. The 1-1, this one a swing and a miss for Caleb Meredith. As now the Larks fans trying to get back into it. Slowly but surely.
Larks trying to get it out any way possible.
However they can get it. Taking the time is Caleb Meredith. The 1-2 with offbeat clapping. And that one just a little bit low. I love when Ken plays that song and people just cannot get it down.
Oh, it was of the charge one.
Yeah,
There's always
the
the one
charge.
guy that's
It's always the one person that just does not understand it.
he lives for this. I mean, every
Getting-
game he is here and he is yelling his charge. Big spot for Caleb Meredith. See if he can get out of this.
The 2-2 on the outside and missing, and now really putting sweat on my forehead as now the count 3-2. Runners everywhere, 2 outs. Anything can really happen in this next pitch. Larks still down by 3. We'll see what happens. On the inside, not called as inside the river, but, you know, Tony Vega knows what he's doing.
He does.
It's frustrating because if you're going to call it one side, you got to call it on the other. And it's not like the Larks can really fight it either. But what they could do, the viable option, just not going to say. But it is what it is. So Owen May will score. That pushes the BeeJays lead back to 4 as they lead 8-4. And now Kusamoto at third, Walker Polk at second, Derek Lukes at first, and a strike is called. Shockingly.
Isaac Webb to pinch run for the catcher Derek Lukes.
That one on the outside and missing from Meredith.
And at the Larks, they have Luis Garcia, Bryson Evans, Trent Baker due up next. I mean, there's something to be excited about. I mean, Luis Garcia can do his job like he always, working a walk.
Yeah, last game out, 2 walks, a hit by pitch. Technically 0 of 1, looking strike 3 in the 7th inning, whatever it was, bottom or top, I don't remember. But Luis Garcia 0 of 1 here in this game. We're going to need Luis on the base paths. This is going to be a poke into power alley of left field. And 2 runs will score on the RBI single. So now it is 10-4 for the Liberal BeeJays.
And good opposite field hitting right there. Game's got to respect game. I mean, that was lefty on lefty matchup and was able to slap something the other way.
So 2 runs will score in the RBI. Derek Lukes, whoever his pinch runner is, I forgot what you said. But is that third? Jackson Schofield at first. And Jet Brown, who is 1 of 2 on the plate today, going back at it. This one way out there and missing. No one warming up in the Larks pen, so I guess just riding this one out and letting it go is what the Larks will do at this point. Slider in there for a strike on the outside and a swing and a miss from Jet Brown. And if there's something of a bright side, is that when you hit the strike zone and you can make a guy swing and a miss on that one on the outside, that one's on the river and called strike, which is, I guess,
I mean, after you see double digits on the board, kind of
have to.
yeah.
But a little bit too late on the strike zone. So a foul ball off the shin of Jet Brown moves the count 1-2 between Brown and also Caleb Meredith. The 1-2. This one bouncing into the turf. Blocking it is Brady Evans.
A great job by Brady Evans right there blocking that.
Yeah, and it almost was a catcher's balk, though, because he threw his skull cap, well, not skull cap, but the front part of the mask off, and it almost touched the baseball, which I guess it wasn't a part of Brady's hand either. It's not like he was using his catcher's equipment. But a ground ball to catch. Benavides to his right across the diamond, and to second, but taking out Luis Garcia is Schofield, but I guess Garcia's all right. The Larks trailing 10-4 here at Larks Park. Luis Garcia set to go as Bryson Evans and Trent Baker all due up here in this one in the series. Taking a pause for free t-shirts, koozies, and the 50-50 raffle.
Leading off the Larks, number 12, Luis Garcia.
First pitch, call it a strike. Oh, boy. I get that it's out of hand, but also at the same time, it's because of the strike zone.
Yeah.
So that one left out there, though, across the river and through the woods. The 1-1 up high and to the sky. The 2-1 up high and fed to the birds. So now the count 3-1 as the humidity really coming out here.
Oof.
As I'm seeing it on the window. And that one off of Garcia.
We saw last game Luis Garcia getting clunked again. I mean, we're going to have a couple bruises after tonight's game, I would say.
Yeah. So Garcia gets on. It'll be Bryson Evans, who is 1 of 4 on the day today. He has at least a walk. Swinging and a miss. On that single, he did score because the offense came through in the 6th inning, but needing to produce some runs of his own. We'll see what happens, but swing and a miss on the first pitch. This one on the outside. I was going to say, if he wasn't going to call it a strike, we are Joe West almost.
Angel Hernandez, I would say.
There we go. The 0-2 on the outside.
Joe's
missing.
Joe's so old. He's played so long.
Yeah.
He's going to make some mistakes. You know?
Yeah.
Angel's just ridiculous.
That's the one I was thinking of. The 1-2. Just watching that one. That was inside the rivers, but not on the strike zone.
And I mean, as much as we want to talk about strike zone and everything, at the end of the day, the guys need to adjust to what the strike zone is being called. So, yeah, I mean, it sucks, but you have to protect there with 2 strikes. And
Yeah, and going down looking is not what you want to do, especially, you know, in this part of the game. But if the Larks want to try and get back, they got to do something. Can't just, stay stagnant and expect something to happen. Because, if Carpenter can't pitch anymore, the BeeJays just got somebody else to do it.
exactly.
It's next man mentality. The 1-1 from Carpenter. A swing, a drive. Is this gone? And we're going to San Francisco. It's been a while, but Bryson Evans gets one out. And so now the Larks are only down by 4 once again. But for Bryson Evans, Trent Baker.
6th home run on the year and 34th RBI.
Thank you. You can tell how mundane this game is when you check me.
I got you, buddy. Don't worry.
Oh. So anyway, Luis Garcia scores on the RBI home run, 2-run shot. And this is going to be a hit for Cash Benavidez. So Cash Benavidez, a single in back-to-back innings. I mean, Cash doing his job tonight.
Yeah, he's like we've been talking about the last few days. He's just been so hot, and he's coming up big right now with 1 out. He brings the 3, 4, 5 hitter up to the dish.
This one on the outside and missing for, well, let's see here. Damian Ruiz, the beverage batter. Hopefully we can, quench the thirst of some hungry fans, or not hungry fans, thirsty fans. I'm hungry.
Yeah, I think we're both hungry, yeah.
I think both of our minds are feeling how hungry we both are, but count 1-1 with 1 out and 1 on. Not even going to try and make that joke or smile. That one low, and so now the count 2-1, 1 out with Cash Benavidez at first. Apparently the Royals beat the Tigers.
Something to be happy about.
I guess. I don't even follow the Royals anymore. It's just hometown team, I guess. Slider near the river and called strike.
I mean, if it makes you feel better, Rangers are up by 2 right now.
Yeah, you're Rangers. Anyway, the 2-2 from Carpenter. Slider, this is taken to right power alley. It's going to take 2 hops, and it's going to be off the wall. Are they going to send him? No, they're not. And so the Larks leave 2 runners in scoring position and get the thirsty fans what they need, because we all need it.
Yeah, gives the Larks fans something to be happy about, as that brings Tyler LaRue to the dish. I mean, he's gone on every time in this game so far.
Yeah, Tyler, a single and a walk, and he's gotten to second base twice. And I think this will be it for Carpenter. So we will take a break as we have a mound visit here at Larks Park. All right, my ears are starting to hurt.
And welcome back, as Caden Sanders is going to be cleaning off our window so you can see get a better view of it. And he waves to us in the press box as they will leave in Holden Carpenter and let him pitch to Tyler LaRue here with 1 out. And that ball on the outside taken. Count moves to 1-0. And the ball thrown back to the pitcher gets away from him, but the runners will stay at second and third. As Caden's now back and ready to get back to it.
I guess so. Had some cleaning duty because apparently it's just the condensation from outside was getting on the window. That's the second time I've had to do that this season. I've seen it. But the count 1-1 between Tyler LaRue and also Holden Carpenter. Thought we would see a pitching change, but instead we don't. The 1-1 missing up high, and now the count 2-1.
I mean, Tyler being the 9th run if he came up big here. I mean, that's huge.
That is huge, especially, only having 7 innings. All right, let me update this. Okay, this is well, I guess the Larks have scored. Uh-oh. Well, I guess it's the 5th inning. Or no, 4th. 4th inning. The 3rd and 4th have been really long. Anyway. So the 3-2 by Carpenter. We'll see what happens here. Kicks and fires. That one on the outside. Check swing and a little too far. As that fastball across the river and through the woods.
Now batting number 16, John Sicoli.
So that'll be the second out. Hopefully, Sicoli can do something here. Last time out, a walk and a strikeout. We'll see. He's batted in back-to-back innings. Ain't that something?
Yeah, that's right.
That is something, but also they've done that for 3 players, 4, 5, and 6 in Liberal. First pitch in there for a strike, but this one on the outside and sliding over is the catcher in Lukes.
The Larks just trying to hold on to what they can, trying to piece some type of comeback.
The 1-1, a chopper. Who's going to get it? First baseman covering. Sicoli beating it out. Yes! An RBI hit. And the wild throw going to score is going to be Damian Ruiz. The Larks are pulling it off little by little.
There is hope here at Larks Park tonight.
I had hope, but wow, what the Larks are doing is amazing. They're really trying to keep the 18-0 streak at home alive. 14 wins in a row. I don't think I've ever seen John Sicoli run that hard in my life. This season. Not saying that, Sicoli is slow, but he really
was booking it.
There is so much fight in this team. It is unbelievable, but we're going to take a break here on the Larks YouTube channel. All right, so a new pitcher on the mound. It'll be a sophomore at a Butler Community College, and Justin Hudson. To tell you the truth, he was the designated hitter in the first game, but tonight he is on the mound, and we'll see what he can do. The Larks trailing by 2, have a runner in scoring position, have 2 outs. We'll see. Swing and a miss on the fastball on the inside.
And he wanted to tie this game up with that swing.
Yeah, that was a big swing, and switch my colors because I had black instead of purple. But Garrett Gruhl setting up and going, but stepping off the rubber is going to be Justin Hudson. The crazy thing about this is that I was thinking, about 11 o'clock, and I don't even think we'll make it till 11. I think we'll go 11:30, if not later. Just because of the pace of the game, the two teams, the fighting, the back and forth. Well, I shouldn't say back and forth. The Larks have scored 4 runs in the past 2 innings and really putting up the fight as of late. And in the game number 1, as Tony Vega misses that one too. So the count 1-2. But the Larks didn't score in the game number 1 until the 4th inning. They score 4 in the 3rd, so just an inning earlier. But really needing to turn it on was the Larks, and they did so. This one low and missing from Hudson. Blocking that one was Lukes, and pretty good block there.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of holding it together back there tonight. I mean, he's been a wall.
As we get going here, the 2-2, and I guess the moisture on the window coming back. So 2-2, foul that one to the right of Garrett Gruhl.
Garrett Gruhl being the tying run here with 2 outs. Pretty big at bat here.
The 2-2, 2 outs. This one missing. Good watch there, and really now anything can happen. I mean, the bases were loaded. I said that, but I mean, 3-2, 2 outs, a runner in scoring position, a hit, strikeout, whatever it may be. 3-2 by Hudson, and that's going to be a walk. Coming in clutch, Garrett Gruhl, John Sicoli.
And not what Justin Hudson was looking for straight out of the pen, as he puts the tying run on first base and go-ahead run up to bat.
Yeah, Brady Evans coming up to bat, and I think Brady this season has at least a home run. I know last year he hit a couple of bombs, but I'll have you check on that. I think
he's got 2 home runs, 9 RBIs on the year.
He's got one in scoring position. We'll see what happens. I mean, it's Sicoli, so pitch on the inside and call it a strike right near the river. So 0-1 count. Swung on into left field. Going to his left is the outfielder, and going back, it'll be a fly out. But nevertheless, the Larks score 4 in this inning. In the last inning, they trail 10-8 going to the 5th inning. Well, all right. Sorry.
Got you.
You got me, yeah. Owen Barger starting it off. It'll be also Caden Hare, a Central Alabama Community College pitcher on the mound for the Larks. See what he can do here. Larks get 4 runs in the bottom of the inning last time out and now trail by 2 as they used to be down by 7. So a big improvement, really.
Yeah, and they're just chipping away. That's all you can do right now is just keep putting some runs on the board and make something happen. Make them have to answer back.
The 2-0 on the outside, but it's on the river, and good call.
Yay, consistency.
Consistency
Yay.
is all we're asking for.
Yes.
The 2-1 from Caden. The, in his mind, better spelling of Caden. But in my opinion, you got to be a little special.
You know, I like it short and sweet, you know.
Oh,
You know,
come
you know,
on.
that's why I go by
now.
Nick, you know.
Oh, yeah. 3-1. This one swung on and missed. And so Caden, the 3-2. But, I mean, no matter which way you go, C-A-D, C-A-Y, I mean, you can't go wrong because if it's a K, I'm out. But a walk here from Caden Hare as Owen Barger gets on, excuse me.
I think we can agree if there's an I, it's just
It's over. It's completely over.
Yeah.
Out the door.
Yeah.
First pitch by Caden Hare with the open stance. Takes a breath. This one up high and missing.
And look at Cade Harris' stats on the year. I mean, 15 innings pitched, 1-0 record, a 1.8 ERA, 12 strikeouts, now 13 walks after the leadoff walk here in the top of the 5th, allowing 3 earned runs through that all.
That one going to be called strike, and that evens the count at 1 apiece. And just what the Larks need, especially, sorry, voice crack. Been a long night since 5:30 at least. But throw to first. We are even at 1-1, but Luke Ree, a single and an RBI, who scored Derek Lukes, and a ground out to Cash Benavidez. The 1-1, that slider just a little low. The crazy thing about this is that we got to do it all over again tomorrow.
Yippee.
Yippee.
I mean, I don't mind.
I don't mind. It's just the long, mundane.
It's the 10 pickoff moves by Caleb Meredith that drives me insane. Like, yeah,
Well,
it's part of the game, but it's, after so long, it's like, man, I hope this new rule comes someday. Okay.
Just keep moving on. Throw over to first. A hot one to Sicoli, to say the least. Surprised he still has a mitt on his hand. Sorry, trying to make jokes. 2-2 and throw over to first. And so back-to-back pickoffs and hopefully not one more again. The 2-2. Swing and a miss for Caden Hare. And that's on the slide. Or slider. I was going to say slide piece, but that's unprofessional. Trying to stay classy here.
And that marks strikeout number 13 on the year.
Anyway, so top of the order, Owen May. 0 of 2 in a walk that scored. Also had an error by Sicoli. Runner goes, bounced into the turf by Hare. And wanting to go to third was Owen Barger, but instead he will have to stay at second. But that'll be a wild pitch from Caden Hare. though. The 1-0, and that one swung on to Tyler LaRue down the third base line, actually on the line in time. And that'll be.
Great play.
I can't believe that you already put that on there. I looked up there and I was like, all right, we're out of the inning, but you already had the button pushed.
I try to stay on top of the scoreboard.
Anyway.
Great backhanded play by Tyler LaRue. I mean, that was a tough play to make.
I mean, that could have been a hit, honestly, but ground out it will be. So 2 outs. The 0-0, that one just a bit high. Now, going back to it, because me and Seth were arguing about it, the Owen Barger steal, I said wild pitch, because if he wasn't going, then, he would have gotten on second. But if he was already stealing, there was no attempt at all because there was a pitch into the turf.
Well, if he was in motion, and it was a wild pitch, it'd be counted as a stolen base. But if he advances after that, then
it would be from the wild pitch.
Yeah.
Going after it is LaRue, left fielder Garrett Gruhl, and almost catching it off the fence is Garrett Gruhl, but it will be out of play in the Larks bullpen.
That would have been a top 10 play for sure.
So I will move that wild pitch to a steal just because I was wrong. So anyway, back to it. The 2-1 from Caden Hare. Needing to get out of this inning. Scoreless from the BeeJays and hopefully get 2 runs and tie it up at least. And then go to a mutual fist fight, if you will, in the last part of this game.
Yeah, Larks are going to have to respond right away if they want to have a chance here later in this game.
I mean, it is the 5th inning. If you tie it up here, you got 2 innings of complete fist fight with one of the best. The 2-2 from Hare. This one swung up the middle. Going after it is Luis Garcia across the body in time, and that will be it. The Larks getting out Ryota Kusamoto on the ground out to the right of Luis Garcia. So then it will be, who will it be? It'll be Luis Garcia who ends the inning. Bryson. Here's a nifty stat for all you fans that aren't keeping scorebooks and might want to know. Both the BeeJays and the Larks, 4, 5, and 6 hitters, have all hit in the second, third, and fourth inning. And that is something that I have never really seen. And I mean, I've been a broadcaster for, well, I guess let's just count this 2 months and then 3 months. So 5 months I've been broadcasting baseball. That's the first time I've seen that happen. It's pretty cool. But first pitch strike from Justin Hudson. In there for a strike. This one fouled off. Put a question mark on that one.
Larks after playing the BeeJays here the next couple of nights. Western Nebraska Pioneers over the weekend before they come down to Liberal.
The 0-2 from Justin Hudson. That bounces in there. Doesn't really matter because no one's on. But that had a chance to be a dugout, ball, and would have advanced a Lark if there was a runner on. And the fog is getting worse, or the moisture on my window. So fun. I will have to do that here soon. So if you don't hear me for a while, that's why. Anyway, the 1-2 slider missing, surprisingly. Surprisingly.
I don't think he knows. Sorry.
No, you're good.
I thought I was muted.
You're good. The 2-2 from Hudson. Kicks and fires. This one a swing and a miss on the slider. So Garcia sat down on strikes for the second time tonight. Now Bryson Evans, who sat down twice because of strikeouts, comes up to the plate. Really, I mean, we'll get there because Trent Baker, the top of the order, we'll see him in this inning. But I mean, these two, well, Trent Baker and everybody else except for Brady Evans down, has really produced in the past 2 innings, except for Luis, who got hit by a pitch and he just crossed the plate. Otherwise, the hits have been Garrett Gruhl, John Sicoli, Tyler LaRue got walked, but a double for Damian, 2 hits for Cash Benavidez, a home run, and also a walk that scored and 2 RBIs for Trent Baker.
I think the Liberal BeeJays are doing a good job exposing some of the Larks' weaknesses right now in the lineup.
That they are, and that one missing as well. So now the count 3-0. And I'm not saying we did a complete 180, but we had a complete 180 on the strike zone.
Yeah.
So anyway, don't know how to carry on after that. The 3-0, that one down the middle. Looked like a 2-seam kind of sinker. Kind of shook and then went arm side. The 3-1, that one on the outside part of the plate. Now it's time to protect. Last time Bryson Evans came up, he sat looking at a strike. See what happens here. 3-2 by Hudson. Watches that one. Back-to-back punch-outs looking. And back-to-back punch-outs for Justin Hudson. And the little crazy thing to me is that the ones that are striking out against Justin Hudson in the Liberal BeeJays lineup card, I know that these guys are all talented. Don't get me wrong. This one flied out, going after it is Sheffield, and it's out of play. But on the roster for Justin Hudson, He is listed as a first baseman. So
That stings.
that one slider in there for a strike. Turning is Trent Baker. The fan's not happy about that one, but the strike zone has been inconsistent as I think I've ever seen it from Tony Vega.
Yeah, and the fans here are getting rambunctious. I mean, you can hear them through our headsets. I mean, they are not happy.
The 0-2, and that one blocked into the turf. Sliding over is Luke's.
Quick stat, Trent Baker had his 100th at-bat here today in Game 1 of the doubleheader.
The 1-2, slider in there, but apparently not a called strike, even though probably should have been.
Yeah.
So makeup call, I guess it is what Tony Vega decided. The 2-2, swing and a miss. That's only 2 outs.
It's 3. It's 3.
Oh boy, there he is.
It didn't have
Trent
chance.
Baker, for some reason, was wearing black gloves, and he normally wears yellow, so it threw me off. But strikeout looking, and back-to-back at-bats, 3 punch-outs for the first baseman and Justin Hudson. We head to the top of the 6th here next on the Larks YouTube channel.
Everyone can see your anger is misplaced, and I'm gonna tell ya. Don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me into what I'm not. I have to be me 24/7, and I ain't never gonna stop. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Oh, no, no, no. No, oh, oh, oh. And I ain't never gonna stop. Come on. Listen to me. I've tried so many times to tell you this is as good as I can be. Why isn't it enough to be faithful and also be the hit of the party? Let's just break it down to you and me uptown, dancing all around till the disco ball pops. But I have to be me, and everyone can see your anger is misplaced, and I'm gonna tell you. Don't hate me 'cause I get attention. Don't turn me into what I'm not. I have to be me 24/7, and I ain't never gonna stop. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. Never gonna stop. No, 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 no. Yeah, 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 yeah. I ain't never gonna stop. No, no. Oh, I ain't never gonna stop. I ain't never gonna stop now, baby. Never gonna stop now, baby. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh, no, no, no. I ain't never gonna stop now, baby.
It'll be Preston Tabor set to go against 3, 4, and 5. Possibility of seeing Nick Havitsky, Husavitsky, Derek Lukes for the 4th consecutive, and that's going to be over the wall.
A line drive shot home run.
Home run, Walker Bull. And the BeeJays lead 11-8. Walker Bull with the right-handed. Kicks it out.
And that's something we don't see often with Preston. I mean, he has a .628 ERA on the season before that happened. I mean, very rare occurrence.
Preston Tabor missing out on the outside that was inside the river. 1-0. This one fouled off. Swung and fouled off, and ball will come back, I guess, into play. The 1-2. Slider, swing and a miss on the outside for Tabor. So he bounces back, but, you know, Larks down 3. Going into the bottom of the 6th, you only have, well, this next inning, really, because, you know, the BeeJays are probably going to throw their best going out of it. You know, especially Justin Hudson is listed as a first baseman, and he's, you know, not saying dealing, but he's dealing with the Larks.
Yeah, and with 2 innings left to play, I think they are very aware that the Larks can easily get back into this game with a couple swing of the bats. So, you know, if they can throw their closer in a little bit earlier than usual, I'm sure they're going to throw him out there.
The 0-1, and that one just a little low from Tabor. But Derek Lukes up to the bat, or out to the plate. That one hits him, and he'll get on first.
And that is the only second hit by a pitch Preston Tabor has thrown all season.
So not a night that Preston Tabor really, you know, wants to remember. You know, not normal too, I should say. Luke's 2 walks, a home run, 2 RBIs, and also a hit by pitch. So having a productive game, he's gotten on every time.
I mean, these BeeJays, they're just kind of showing us what a good team like what we're going to see in the NBC World Series.
Throw by Sicoli. Trapped, but I guess accurate at the same time. That one on the outside and call it a strike. Not liking the call was Sheffield, but the strike zone has not been ideal, to say the least. The 0-1 swing and a miss from Sheffield. Tabor getting set for the 0-2. He fires, swing and a miss. Off of Schofield.
And that'll be strikeout number 28 on the season for Preston Tabor.
Now batting for 24, Jet Brown.
Check swing, but call it a strike. Didn't really reach around. It was more of just in the strike zone. But the 0-1, this one just a little bit low. The 1-1, this one swing and a miss on a fastball on the outside from Tabor. The 1-2, this one just a little low as that blocked or is blocked by Evans.
And I'll do it for you. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
And a swing and a miss, and I'll finish it off. And why not? Because Jed Brown sat down on a swing and a miss. And now the Larks needing to score here. My personal panic button going off. But the Larks trailing 11-8 going into the bottom of the 6th as there's only an inning and a half left. It'll be Isaac Webb, a infielder from Arkansas, a junior, going to pitch for the Liberal BeeJays. And talking about this one, surprising that the BeeJays going to throw another non-pitcher against the Larks.
Yeah, I mean, the Larks, I'm surprised. I mean, they've shown signs of we're in this game, and then they show they weren't. I mean, it's curious the approach to see from the Liberal BeeJays.
Done that once or twice already. Fans trying to get back in it. The 2-0 from Webb, and that's missing 2 Benavides, and the fans really feeling it right now. .3-0 down the middle, and that'll be a called strike. See if I can open my window and get a little bit of this crowd sound, maybe. And that'll be a walk for Cash Benavides, as I don't need my stats that are taped to the window here anymore. And so
It's the 3rd time tonight Cash has got on in this game alone.
oh, that's better. Got a clear sight now. Anyway, so Damian Ruiz getting the chance to hit here as Cash Benavides walks on a 4-pitch walk, and then now the inside pitch called to strike to Damian. Larks needing to score 3. That is nothing that they can't handle, but I mean, you got 1 inning to do it because, you know, they might throw another pitcher out there. They might not, depending on what happens. I mean, you're playing 4 games in 2 days. They have another one in Dodge City the night after us, and then they are off for 3 games, and it's just interesting to see what they'll do here. Swing and a miss by Damian, but the count 1-2 between Damian Ruiz and also Isaac Webb. Webb checks the runner at first, and Benavidez. The 1-2. This one swung on into left field. Is it gone? San Francisco, here we come. A deep shot to left field for Damian Ruiz and the beverage batter.
Damian Ruiz with his 3rd home run on the year and one of the best bat flips I've seen this season.
Damian, go ahead and celebrate, as now the Larks only 1 away from tying it up. And so now for Damian Ruiz, we knew that, me and him, we talked about it. We knew that he felt good. We knew that, he was hitting good balls, put barrels on the balls that Andy Luton was throwing. And this one, an 0-0 fastball and swing and a miss for Tyler LaRue.
If you stuck around, you're seeing a great game right now as the Larks trying to fight back and tie this game up.
That it is, and really having to work for it. They've only scored in 3 innings so far, but really needing to put up the work now. They have no outs. They have the, advantage right now. Maybe not the momentum. Maybe so. Who knows? But, 0-2 count. Tyler LaRue, no outs. You have it perfect right now. Pitch up high and almost hitting LaRue. But if I'm a Larks player, you got to believe that it's in your favor at the moment.
Absolutely. This game just flipped the script within a swing of the bat.
The 1-2, and this one a slider missing, and that strike zone really coming in handy now because it could have been a strike.
And by the way, that home run by Ruiz was a rocket.
It was a barreled ball. 2-2. This one missing and bounced off the turf. And I don't think anyone really warming up yet. Someone kind of moving, though, in the BeeJays bullpen, jumping up and down, possibly going to see somebody else, because if the Larks tie it, then the BeeJays really having to fight now. A swing and a pop fly. This is going to be in center field. Coming in is the center fielder, and he drops it and didn't even see the ball. So Berger is going to let it drop, and Tyler LaRue gets on because of an error.
And take advantage of a misfortune like that as the tying run moves to second base with no outs.
I shouldn't say it like this, but I have seen that, and it hurts myself because it reminds me, my Texas Longhorns, when they were in Stanford, Game 3, game on the line, the right fielder drops the fly ball. And here comes Jared Maeda. And this will be an infield visit. We're just going to take a pause and cool down for a second here on the Larks YouTube channel. We are done with the festivities on the mound, if you will. So now John Sicoli, fans really getting into it here at Larks Park. We'll see what happens. The no outs, excuse me. I was going to say 0 outs. Like that's an actual number. Don't judge. Foul off by Sicoli. So the 0-2. This is a drive right field, and it is a foul. Don't worry, Ace. I got it. I know. I learned from my mistakes, so we don't blow out people's ears. Actually, I'm just going to turn it down anyway. So if I'm a little quiet, I'm sorry. Almost an RBI, a single double for Sicoli, but now the 0-2 coming from Isaac Webb. Delivers a line drive left field. Got to tag up is LaRue. No. And it drops. And going down to third base is LaRue. A stand-up double on a reach on an RBI. Oh my gosh, what is happening? What is going on?
I'm lost for words. It looked like lost in the lights, didn't it?
Yeah, I mean, I get it. White lights, white ball, small white ball at that too. I mean, it's midnight, like dark out here.
Wow.
And that'll be it for Jared Maeda and the Liberal BeeJays, seeing what he has in Isaac Webb. And I think we'll take another break. I need the break personally. But it'll be Garrett Gruel set to go. 2 runners in scoring position, a new pitcher, and this one actually listed as a right-handed pitcher from Eastern Kentucky University, Luke Wilkerson. He's just a freshman. We'll see what happens. No outs. The base is covered by the infield. Pitch on the outside, a good slide to catch by Lukes. And one swing could score 2, and the Larks leading for the first time in this game ever since the end of game number 1. The 1-0 by Wilkerson, and taking his time, kicks and fires. This one up, a fly ball. Who's going to hit it? Nobody is, I think, behind the press box.
I'm curious to see the approach right now for Garrett Gruel. How does he go at this at bat?
The 1-1 from Wilkerson as he kicks, fires. That one just a bit high. Larks fans really getting involved now.
I mean, they woke up after after a Damian Reese 2-run home run.
So the count 2-1 between Garrett Gruel and Wilkerson. The very close stance there on the inside and missing. And that's tight. Well, strike zone tightened up a lot.
Thank goodness for that. I mean, Rivers closed off right now.
Rivers are closed. The 3-0 from Wilkerson as he fires this one, a pop fly. And coming in is going to be the third baseman. And really a lot of talking. I couldn't hear anything. Liberal BeeJays talking a lot, making sure that they get the fly out because there's been 2 outs that they missed. It could have been the inning ender.
I mean, those 2 plays could come back to haunt them right now. I mean, because that put the tying run and the go-ahead run on base.
So now coming in, it'll be Brady Evans. That's the first out for the Larks. They made it 4 at-bats before recording their first. Pitch on the outside from Wilkerson. All we need is through the gloves of first and third base and also in the corners or power alleys, one of the 2 in the outfield. The 1-0, that's on the outside.
And you wonder if the Liberal BeeJays have considered potentially walking him, trying to get a double play in effect.
That is possible, but then again, you have Cam Walton, who will be the pinch runner unless if Cam needs to come out here and throw some strikes and some heat. We will see. The 2-0 from Wilkerson, taking his time, fires. That one on the outside part of the plate. Not that I'm mad that Brady took that ball because, you know, patience is key, like you've taught me tonight. But, I mean, if it was me, because I know I'm left-handed and I'd be in the opposite batter's box, I would have tried to swing at that one. But the 2-1, swing and a miss, fastball getting the best of Brady Evans there.
Let me see him doing a lap, just trying to regroup himself, calm himself down, get rid of those nerves, and just focus up.
Yeah, changing his gloves here. After that big swing, trying to send it to the moon, but we'll see here on the 2-2 approach. Wilkerson delivers, swing, and that's strike 3. So high fastballs, Brady Evans kryptonite tonight, as he really likes those ones. So now 2 outs, and what a flip of the script here now.
Yeah, I mean, we felt confident, but now we got to hope for King Louis to be crowned here tonight.
The coronation possibly here after the game, depending on what happens. Foul ball. And now the count 0-1. I don't know if it's just me, but my stomach, not just because I'm hungry, but is kind of just worried. Kind of sick to my stomach. See what happens here. Coming set is Wilkerson. The 0-1 delivered on the outside and missing. So count evens out at 1 apiece.
Luis Garcia, 1 for 3 on the night with a hit by pitch.
The 1-1 from Wilkerson. Kicks and fires. The swing, a drive, right field. That's can of corn. Oh, that was a liner straight back to the right fielder. And so the Larks score 2 runs, but squash their opportunity with 2 in scoring position. We head to the top of the 7th. Larks trailing 11-10 here on the Larks YouTube. It'll be Owen Barger, Luke Ree, and also Owen May set to go against Preston Tabor. So the Larks choose to go out there and shut it down and hopefully give the Larks a chance here in the bottom of the 7th. That one called strike on the first pitch that Preston Tabor throws.
After allowing the home run last inning, Preston Tabor went on to strike out 3 batters and hitting 1 batter.
Swing and a miss on the fastball on the outside and maybe just a little high, but a 1-2 count nevertheless for Preston Tabor. Kicks and fires and not getting the call there, but just a little bit low. The 2-2. A swing, and this one in foul territory. Sicoli going after it. He'll make the grab. Great chance for the Larks to get that one, and Sicoli rose to the occasion, especially because of foul territory. It was basically a free, a free out if you could catch it. But then again, it's a free life for the BeeJays, and Owen Barger to get on a hit, and that one on the outside from Preston Tabor. The 1-0, this one bounces in, and good block by Brady Evans. I think he caught it, but either way, was in front of that one. Tabor, the 2-0. Curveball in there, and that's not called a strike.
So I put strike on the board on accident.
As that one finally called a strike. Larks fans kind of really ready to nip at the bit to get at Tony Vega. Pitch on the inside, call it a strike. There we go.
So the Larks fans are very over it right now. They want things to be precise from here on out.
The 3-2 by Tabor. Check swing, call it strike 3.
And those are a big first 2 outs, as that brings us to the top of the order. Owen May to lead off to be the 2-out hitter.
Yeah, Owen May other than his walk, is 0 of 3 tonight. So now coming in, it'll be Owen May, freshman out of Point Loma, versus Preston Tabor, DBU. But apparently Tony Vega has to write something down. And points over at
I believe it was a warning.
the Liberal BeeJays. Now here comes Jared Maeda. And now throwing a fit and says go back to the dugout. Here comes Jeff Keith. A big fit here. We'll see what happens. And coming in is Jeff Keith to get in between Tony Vega and Jeff Maeda. Going back to home plate is Tony Vega.
And he has the right to be upset. I mean, it's been inconsistent on both sides of the plate tonight, and he's just had it, especially in a big spot like that.
So apparently Jeff Keith watching Jared Maeda walk out. So I guess he did get thrown out.
Yes.
So back-to-back managers that the Larks have faced have been tossed in both series. Fun fact for anyone that either was a Larks fan and watching, and if not Liberal. Don't know if that's a stat that Liberal carries, but
1-1 here in the series on manager ejections.
yeah, 1-1.
1-1. Yeah.
That is true.
Who will come out on top?
Oh, so three thrown outs in, I guess, 2 series.
Yeah.
So we'll see what it brings tomorrow. But a strike called for Tabor. Larks needing an out here and scoring 1 at least. Pitch on the outside, not getting it. Here's the Larks fans and kind of restless now as they want to try and get out of here by 11 o'clock. I don't know if you're going to get there because it's 8 and some change. A swing, a drive into center field. Coming in is Baker, and it'll be a hit for Owen May.
Now batting the 6th,
Yota Kusamoto coming up. 2 single night, a strikeout swinging, and a ground out also. The first pitch by Tabor on the outside and missing, and getting a good, decent lead is Owen May, and the infield shaded to the right, but outfield shaded to the left. Interesting strategy here as check swing, and Tony Vega not going to call it. And the appeal by Jeff Keith says the same thing. The 2-0 by Tabor. Swing, and this one popped in and out of territory. And I want to know how many Larks fans are actually here still. Oh, pretty much a good chunk still. Because I see no kids anymore.
It's bedtime for you kids.
I guess it's bedtime. The 2-1 by Tabor. Up high and missing, and so now the count 3-1 between Preston Tabor and Yota Kusamoto. Check swing. He went. There we go. I know it was a protect defense swing, but, I mean, if we're going to call check swings a strike, we might as well call them all check swings a strike. All right. Down to it. 3-2, 2 outs. Preston Tabor. And now somebody else is gone, and it's the kid in the sling who's been messing with our cameras, doing tomfoolery, and the Larks fans really liking it. And The one that can't play is talking. So now,
mess with our cameras is one thing that, that's just.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Get out of here.
so the count 3-2, 2 outs. Fouled off. So we'll do the 3-2 once again and all over.
Big spot for Preston Tabor.
That it is, the 3-2, 2 outs, 1 on, missing. And the guy you do not want to see coming up to the plate, Walker Polk. Last time out, a home run, hit by pitch and scored, a single and scored, and a strikeout swinging. If there is one guy that I guess you can live with is Polk, but 3, 4, 5 is all dangerous.
I mean, from here to about the 6 hitter, I mean, it's not pretty.
No, it is not. But that one, a foul off, and Preston Tabor up in the count, 0-1 against Walker Polk. Tabor coming set on the right side of the mound. This is a bouncer in. And they're going to call a strike, and oh boy. Oh boy.
Things are going to get a bit wild. I mean, the BJ bench is not happy.
I don't blame them. I don't blame the Larks fans. I don't blame the Larks, team. Everyone's not at fault here.
No one's happy.
Nobody's happy.
It's a great game. Just a lot of emotion on the line right now.
Well, I mean, a lot is on the line for the Larks. 27-4, 18-0 at home. Their win streak of 14 in a row on the line here. I mean, they battled back for this. The 0-2. Swing, a drive to Tyler LaRue. He'll go to first, over to Sicoli, and the Larks do it.
Got work to do.
They got work to do, though, as they earn the ground out to Tyler LaRue. And it seems like the only people that are calm are the Larks themselves. We head to the bottom of the 7th, 11-10, BeeJays leading. Bryson Evans set to go. So it'll be 9, 1, and 2 all due up for the Larks here in the latter half. And, well, possibly the last half inning of this game. Wilkerson. Yeah, Wilkerson is still out there. First pitch missing. Lots of the, well, some of the Larks fans still standing with me. The 1-0 from Wilkerson. Bunt attempt, and that's going to be called strike. And if you're going to put a bunt attempt down, you better just put it in play. Yeah, Nick, you better just sit. The 1-1 from Wilkerson. Check swing. We're going to call it a strike. And the Larks cannot afford another punch out for Bryson Evans. In 3 innings, 3 punch outs. This one, possibly another. The 1-2 by Wilkerson. Kicks and fires. A swing, a drive. Is this going to be a single? No, it's a fly out.
And just could not sneak it over the second baseman's head. He muscled it as much as he could.
Now batting number 2.
So that'll be the first out for the Larks. And the biggest horsefly I've ever seen is right above my head. Sorry, really random. Trent Baker now, home run, walk, both scored. Ground ball and strikeout looking pitch in there, almost hitting Trent Baker.
Trent Baker and Damian Reeves both going yard tonight, 2 Houston Christian University natives.
The 1-0 from Wilkerson on the outside, but we're going to call it a strike.
Okay. Yeah. Come on. Come on.
All you can do is sigh. The 1-1 from Wilkerson. Fire, swing up the middle. That's going to be a ground ball to the shortstop in May. The chances have been there. Really, they have been. They have been. Now we have to rely on the one they call Cash. Cash money.
Hey, he's been hot. Let's see if he can get on.
He has been hot. We are not going to jinx it. So wood and limestone, because that's what is around here. Cash, a walk, 2 doubles, and a ground out to the third baseman. First pitch he sees up in there from Wilkerson. If Benavidez can find a way on, Damian Ruiz feeling it, and that one popped up. I would have taken that for a ball, but knowing Tony Vega, that could have been a strike.
Not wrong.
Keeping it real.
Wrong, yeah.
Keeping it real.
Try not to be like this, but man, it's very frustrating tonight.
All right, the 0-2, 2 outs. Fans clapping. The 0-2, 2 outs from Wilkerson. Kicks and fires. Check swing. No go. And if they were going to end it on the check swing, I would have lost my mind. I think everyone in the Larks, not concession stand, but in the grandstand would have lost it. And I don't think we would have umpires for tomorrow personally, but, you know, it is what it is. The 1-2, 2 outs for Wilkerson. Swing, and that one fouled off.
Keep battling, Cash. Keep battling.
The 1-2 from Cash Benavidez as he takes his time to collect his thoughts, take a deep breath. My chest is heavy. I probably should too, but I'm not. The 1-2, 2 outs by Wilkerson. Sets up, he fires. A swing, and this one popped up. This is going to be in foul territory. Going after it is the third baseman. And the BeeJays win. The win streak comes to an end. The home streak comes to an end. Everything comes to an end here at Larks Park. All right. So the Liberal BeeJays 21-9 on the year, and they now move to 1 win on a streak, and now 11-8 on the road, where the Hayes Larks drop to 27-5, 18-1 at home, and the win streak falls at 14. The Larks move to 1 loss. The Larks lose for the first time this season out at Larks Park, 11-10. This has been Caden Sanders alongside me, Nick Helgett and Ace Newberger. We will see you tomorrow bright and early, 5 in the afternoon. Well, 5:30 in the afternoon. Well, once again, your final score, 11-10 from Larks Park.